Now it should work. Yeah. Hello. And welcome back to the stream. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. See, these are things, well, you didn't hear what I was actually saying there. I talked for like a minute without anybody being able to hear me. I was gonna say, like, it sounded different in my headphones than usual. Um, Anyways, apologies for starting late. Apologies for having to cancel stream yesterday, but there were a bunch of things that I needed to do, and the main thing was that yesterday I actually got a new computer. So I had to, well, first of all, I wanted to make sure that I was here, right, in case a delivery guy came. And that's mainly why I canceled the stream. I also had to do some other stuff, but yeah, apologies for that. And it takes a surprising amount of time to actually, well, I guess, I don't know, for some reason, because there are so many things nowadays that just, like, I wouldn't say work right out of the box, right? You have to usually do, I don't know, something to, like, there's still times when things just don't work. But I would say, in general, over the last, and just as a, to give a little bit of context here, the last time I got a new computer was 12 years ago. And I've been using that one ever since, right? And it worked actually fine. It's pretty slow now, right? Especially with websites, for example, I can't watch in HD or something. Or I can, but the fans are going crazy for that if I do that. And doing anything while watching an HD stream, for example, is absolutely impossible. So I had to get a new one. But it is interesting just how many things you need to set up and how long that takes, right? I mean, first of all, doing, software updates in general takes a little bit of time, especially system software updates, because you can't really do anything else while you're doing that. One interesting thing that came up was, because I'm now using I bought a new keyboard and mouse, obviously, for the new computer, but they're also connected via Bluetooth because I didn't want to, what's it called? Like, I didn't want to have the small USB dongle thing from both of them in my USB slots, right? Because that takes away the USB slots. So I wanted to connect them via Bluetooth, and it works fine now, though there is still one problem that I need to get through. But, I think that was the first time that I actually had to do a firmware update on a keyboard. So, yeah, and then I had to figure out how that even works, right? And my, the thing wasn't displaying properly at first, because it was telling me to turn the keyboard on and off again, off and on again, that way. But it still wasn't doing the firmware update, right? And then I had to Google what the keyboard was even telling me because it was flashing green and red, and that told me, okay, the firmware update wasn't successful, and now it actually worked, right? But all that kind of stuff. And just now, and that's why I was late to the stream, I now have a dual monitor setup, and I'm using, well, one of the monitors is only for the new computer, but the other one I'm using for both the computer and the PlayStation, right? And I actually had to figure out how to actually switch inputs on them because, well, so far I haven't had to do that. And the weird thing is about this monitor, it has a selection, like, well, it's not really a wheel, but it's essentially like a D-pad, right? It's this weird knob that can turn into 4 directions, right? In order to go through the actual monitor menu. And then there are buttons as well. And every monitor that I've used up until now had like a menu button that just displays the menu, right? And then you can scroll through it and do a couple things. And that menu was fairly, well, restrictive, let's say that, right? So I thought, oh, well, this monitor, has a fairly restrictive menu, that's fine. I didn't really have to bother with it, worked completely fine with my PlayStation, and has, enough options for it. Like, it's not an issue, right? I didn't have to, everything that I wanted to change in terms of settings, I just changed in the PlayStation, in the PlayStation's own menu, right? Um, but now I had to figure out how to switch inputs, and I realized, wait, in the on-screen monitor menu, there is no input switch, which made me really confused. And then I Googled it, and it actually brought up the manual, funnily enough, right? Who's reading manuals? But it brought up the manual, and for some reason, the on-screen menu looked completely different in the manual compared to what I had on my monitor. But it definitely was the correct manual. So I thought, wait a second. Do I have to do like a firmware update to my monitor to get that? And for a second, I just sort of thought to myself, well, how would you do that? I mean, these monitors don't have like a USB input, for example. So that couldn't be it. So then I thought, well, do I have like an older version of the monitor? That would be weird though, especially because I bought the first one of these half a year ago when I got the PlayStation, and I just bought a second one of the same monitor because it's a really good monitor for my kind of usage. But then I actually figured out this weird wheel thing, right? The thing that's actually like a D-pad can be pressed as well. It's like that. You'd never guess that that's how you're supposed to bring up the menu, because the buttons themselves also tell you, oh hey, I'm the menu button, right? If you press one of the buttons, it brings up the menu, and the topmost thing just says menu. And if you press that button, it brings up the menu, right? So naturally, you'd assume, okay, that's the menu. No, it's not. It's some sort of weird quick menu. I don't know why an on-screen display menu would ever need a quick menu. And I don't know if you can even configure it or something. No idea. It's really, really weird. But yeah, now I know how to properly access my screens menu. Anyways, those are the struggles, right? But yeah, there's probably going to be a bunch of other stuff that I look at, and it's going to take me, well, not years, but it's just surprising. You're looking into like one tiny issue, and it takes you like 20-30 minutes to resolve it, right? First of all, if you Google it, it typically just brings up, like, there's really, really dumb shit around, right? So I was Googling, for example, turning the second monitor off on my computer, like how to only turn off one of the monitors. But that's actually not a thing, seemingly. At least I couldn't find that option. And Googling it literally just brings up all kinds of hints as to how to turn off your monitors, like all of them at once. I don't know how somebody would be dumb enough not to figure out how to turn off your monitors. I don't know why you would even have to do that, because anyways, it's really, really difficult actually finding. I don't know if that's because like Google has been I feel like Google's also been gotten consistently worse at actually displaying relevant search results. Maybe that's just the feeling. I don't know. Maybe it's just that the internet has gotten so overwhelming for search engines as well, or maybe it's just that there's a bunch of really, really dumb and unnecessary advice on the internet. Though sometimes, I mean, there are certain edge cases where maybe something really, really simple, like with my monitor, is happening, right? Though I ended up figuring that out myself. But yeah, anyways, there's a whole bunch of things that I suddenly had to think about that for the longest time. You don't realize if you set up like a computer or anything, right, and it just runs. It really goes back to the old saying of, never change a running system. You kind of forget, especially if it's been such a long time. And I'm a person who's really, who knows how to deal with computers, right? And command line stuff and all that all those neat things as well. So, but setting those things up, I mean, it's not like I don't know how to do it. It's more that I need to look up where the actual function is that I'm looking for, right? And looking that up and figuring out, oh, hey, okay, this is in the actual system configuration, or it is a command line thing, or it is in the software that comes with a peripheral or whatever, right? Figuring that out takes a lot of time, unnecessary time, I would say. Just as a last example, right? My new keyboard comes with shortcut keys in a way, and you can manually configure what they do, right? And there's one key that is there to lock my screens, right? Or that was its original or intended function. So if I press it, it just locks my screens, and I have to type in my admin password to get back into the computer, right? But what I wanted it to do was to turn the computer to sleep mode instead of doing that. The problem is the computer has a typical sleep mode shortcut that I can't press because I'm using a third-party keyboard instead of the one, Apple provides, or if I had to buy that one from Apple. Anyways, and the usual keyboard shortcut only works with the Apple keyboard. So I had to, first of all, I had to find where to set custom keyboard shortcuts. That was not that difficult. And then I set a custom keyboard shortcut. And then in the firmware software thing for my keyboard, I wanted to set the custom key to this new shortcut. So pressing the custom lock screen key would, instead of just locking the screen, put my Mac to sleep. Now, for some reason that doesn't work. It does, like it's activating the shortcut that I set for sleep mode, but for some reason pressing that particular key, I imagine sort of in the background, also for a short time activates the keyboard software, which then in turn makes the Mac think, oh hey, you want to stop sleep mode, right? You want to access the computer again. So it ends up not working, though the actual shortcut does work. So I need to figure that out. Anyways, that was the last thing that I had to talk about there. It's kind of funny. It's interesting when you're into computers, right? I like solving these kinds of problems because more often than not, it sort of makes you realize how the software works and why certain things work in a way, well, how they work, right? And figuring that out and understanding, oh, hey, this is because of that, and this is because of that, and this is doing this, and this is doing that. It's actually really fun, but it's really, really surprising just how many different functions you need to potentially access before you can actually work with your computer the way you want to, right? Anyways, enough of that. Let's actually get into No Man's Sky. As I said, I had to cancel stream yesterday, unfortunately, so Divinity is going to be back tomorrow. But today is going to be more No Man's Sky. What did we do last time? Last time I did a bunch of missions, and I ended up needing to get an upgrade for my warp drive to be able to collect cadmium, which ultimately brought us to a new system, and there we found this planet, right, which looks pretty crazy and is considered to be a planet with what does it say it? Where's the weather report stuff for this planet? Oh, here, weather. Rain of Atlas. I have no idea why it's specifically called Rain of Atlas. I mean, the rain's red. It essentially looks like blood, which is pretty cool. And the planet itself, like, it's really, really interesting. The things that are running around here are these sort of machine things that look like they're straight out of Horizon Zero Dawn. And it just looks really, really cool. And one thing that I realized, or one thing that I discovered, is that these types of systems, so this is a system, a red star system, right, which has specific, so cadmium is something that you basically find on every planet in a red star system, but you can't find it outside of that. The only way to get cadmium without a system like this is to essentially get specific modules. Like if you kill pirates, for example, or if you kill sentinels, right, you very often get these sort of hidden upgrade modules for anything. And if you dismantle those, sometimes you get cadmium out of those. So that's another way to get it without having to visit a system like this, but that's obviously very unreliable, whereas just going to these types of systems straight up gives you the resources. But that being said, what I discovered was that this type of system doesn't actually have a space station, right? So what I ended up doing is establishing a second base on this planet, so that I can go back here very quickly, and if I want to collect more cadmium, well, do that, right? So we built this small little thing here. I built a battery, I built a solar panel, I built a teleporter. Now I just need to make sure, yeah. So this should stay active at all times. I was slightly worried that maybe this atmosphere was going to prevent the... Oh, by the way, that's one of these funny creatures. I was worried that the atmosphere might prevent the solar panel from working, but apparently it does work, which is a good thing. And I actually called it Blood Moon Base, because I felt like that was an appropriate name for this. Okay, I just wanted to double check. Was there anything else that I wanted to build here? I don't necessarily think so. I built a safe beacon, I built a teleporter, I built a solar panel and a battery, which should make it possible for me to very quickly return here. I thought about unlocking the, I think for a base like this, and any future bases that I'm going to build in either planets, systems, whatever, with these specific, that don't have a space station, or, well, let me put it another way. If I want to build a base where its intended purpose is not being a home base, but rather being a sort of outpost to get minerals, stuff like that, right? I probably want to build these types of rooms, because I feel like, you know, they just look more like some sort of research base, right? They look more like something that you'd want to have there. Because, especially on this planet, it has superheated storms, right? So building this type of wooden HUD kind of doesn't really make that much sense, right? That's why I want to switch it over to the other one. Okay, that being said, the reason why I came here in the first place is because I need to build what is called a mind arc, and that mind arc needs cadmium. Okay, I also need to, if I go back to my home base, I can restore additional data in my base computers, and I think, right, I can also return to the scientist. Selenium, I still haven't found a scorched world. I guess this one doesn't count either. Selenium. Yeah, the living pearls I should be able to collect on my home world, actually. So teleporting back there should work. That being said, I wanted to double check, because I think my original plan was to collect a bunch of materials as well that I was still, or not still, but that I was missing. I did collect a stack of dihydrogen, so that should open this up as well. Yeah, this planet has, by the way, very, very frequent superheated storms, which is also kind of cool. I collected some carbon, but not as much as I'd like to have. I did collect some cadmium, but I could get more. And, well, I do have enough for this mind arc thing, right? I do have enough cadmium for the thing that I actually need to do. I have a bunch of stuff to sell, but I can do that in my home world. Right, I did collect a stack of carbon as well. So the question would be, do I want to get more cadmium? Maybe, I guess. I'd have to look for an actual stack, though. I'm pretty sure that I already... Where I'm at currently, I think, doesn't actually have anything... Oh, this planet has armored climbs as well. Ah, well, I want to do that on my homeworld, though. So... I think I'm quickly gonna go... Let's go to my spaceship. As you can see, these superheated storms also drain my environmental protection extremely fast. Which is cool. Okay, I have carbon here. Let's put the gold into the starship. Let's put this carbon stack into starship. And since I'm already here currently, let's just wait for the storm to end and look for another stack of cadmium, just so that I can, you know, I don't want to realize that I need a bunch more cadmium later and then have to return here, I think. Probably makes sense to, since I'm already here, just collect a bunch of that stuff. I do have to sell... I think I need these, right? Yeah. The rest of the stuff I should sell. I actually got a storm crystal as well. That I definitely want to keep. I guess even though it's still storming, I can look for more cadmium. Problem is the visibility is really, really poor. I wish there was some sort of better upgrade for the ship's scanner if you're specifically looking for elements, for example. Ooh. Problem is, during the storm you can see absolutely nothing.
Storm clearing.
Okay, perfect. Now hopefully I should be able to actually see. I mean, the visibility still isn't that great because the planet has a crazy like a crazy way of having crazy color grading, correction, whatever you want to call it. The thing is, I want to land with my ship right next to a stack of cadmium, right? I don't want to have the ship too far away. Is it? It's just gray. The problem is, it's just everything's just gray. Guess those aren't resources, right? Because they should light up when I'm close to them on my ship. The big mushrooms also make it somewhat complicated to be close to the ground. Can't be that difficult finding resources on this thing. Okay, let's land and just look for it manually. Sodium. That's activated cadmium. Oh. Oh, of course the games. I don't know if I can even harvest that. Though, wait, I do have an advanced mining laser as well, right? I don't necessarily want to get activated cadmium, though. I guess activated cadmium would actually be something else, right? Or does it count as cadmium? Huh. No, that's the refined stuff, basically, right? Oh, well, I guess if I need more actual cadmium, I'm just gonna come back here, right? To be honest, even though I built my base here, it probably makes more sense to collect resources on other planets, because this planet, unfortunately, well, it's just very hard to distinguish what are actual resources, right? I mean, I can't even properly see what I've already mined, because it just looks so... Well, everything sort of looks the same, right? Everything just looks gray-red. I think I got everything? I hate that my scanner takes so long to recharge. Well, that's a lot of activated cadmium, though. Okay. Should be fine, hopefully. Do I still have launch thrusters now? That's the only thing that is sometimes really annoying, is that since my launch thrusters are pretty inefficient, I can't really do that, right? That's the reason, see? And I also already got rid of my launch fuel, right? Yeah. Oh, it's also night, so they're not... No, they are recharging, okay. But yeah, it's a little bit annoying that the launch thrusters, because you can't really do something like that, just fly somewhere, right? Because usually you basically want to just fly somewhere, get out of your ship, use your scanner to find a resource, get back into your ship, fly to the resource, harvest it, and then fly back to base, right? But those basically having two takeoffs back to back almost completely drains my launch thrusters, which is really, really annoying. I wish I would get at least like 4 takeoffs or something. I mean, obviously I can get upgrades for that as time goes on, but currently it's just really, really annoying. Also, let me actually, let's see. Okay, no, that's fine. One issue that I, by the way, had on my old laptop was that it would frequently disconnect me from Twitch chat. I hope I don't have the same problem on my new computer. One second. Right. Yeah, I just need to watch out for the chat and whether or not it works correctly. Alright, let's get back to base. Let's teleport back to my actual home base and then continue with the missions. Though, let me actually double check one thing. Well, now it just says collect living pearls, right? Do I already have the Mind Arc blueprint? I should, right? Well, this is technically all base technology, right? Equipment. Do I have... Would it be displayed here, or would it be displayed somewhere else? Control unit? After products? Warp core. So I don't know whether or not the specific mission things actually show up here. Don't think they do, because I don't want to... At some point it showed me the actual information about what I need to collect for the Mind Arc, right? Ah, well, whatever. I built the teleporter, so if I need to come back here... It really goes back to what I was frequently already saying about No Man's Sky, is that I really, really wish they would just provide way more... Ooh, mushroom! I really, really wish they would just provide way more options for you in terms of being able to, you know, pin stuff onto your HUD. It's really, really annoying that you just can't quickly... Now, for example, for this type of mission, I collected the cadmium first, or I already had enough cadmium, by the way, and because of that, it completely removed that mission objective, right? Even though I didn't want it to be removed. Let's see. I definitely want to build a landing pad here. Alright. Perfect. So, let's go back to... Okay, so I have these two, so I should be able to come back here at any time. I wonder why it's still displaying the mission objective here as well, in that system. Because technically that's not my current mission objective. I need to come back there once I have the Mind Arc, right? Yeah, it's just a bit inconsistent in terms of how the game handled previous mission objectives. Anyways, let's go back to the... Wait, can I? If I take a look at this. Cloudy planet. I wish it would show the system that this base is in. I'm pretty sure it's this one. But that is slightly annoying. I already visited these guys. Let me sell the stuff that's annoying me in my spaceship inventory. I could sell the platinum as well. How much platinum do I have? I think it's only the stuff that I actually have in my inventory, right? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm not even in the cell panel. Deactivated cadmium. I mean, 160,000 isn't bad, but considering that you'll have to fly to it, you have to mine it. It's not that great either. Okay, I definitely want to keep the storm crystal. When did I get the suspicious package? Huh. Fungal mold I also want to keep, but I can sell these things, right? I still need Viking daggers. I don't understand why I'm constantly getting these things. I have another suspicious package? Okay. Or yeah, there's a bit of platinum in here. Which is also worth quite a lot, considering that Sup, hi. Daggers need to be in a certain system, I believe. Okay. Probably in the Viking system. I think I am in a Viking system though. Which is also why I got the mission. Because it's a pretty early mission that you get, right? I thought I was just getting them at random, or going to get them at random at some point, but I guess I might have to look for a specific mission or something. I mean, yeah, I think the other ones mostly work the same, right? You always get them in the systems that are connected to the specific race. I mean, that's kind of obvious that it would work that way, right? I guess I just might have to maybe get lucky with a mission or something. So the Merchant Guild still doesn't really want anything to do with me currently. Yeah. Oh well, should be easy enough to get at some point. I traded in my stuff, so let's go back to my base. mean, as long as I have other missions to do, right, I can just grab the daggers whenever the game gives me one, I guess. Ah, this is really annoying. I need to figure out why it's still constantly respawning this. Why does it have to be buggy right beneath the launch pad? I guess when I built it, it calculated something in a very weird way, and that's why it's respawning these structures. Oh well, I wanted to put the launch pad somewhere else anyways. Let me see. I'm slowly running out of space again. Let's put the activated cadmium in here. A bunch of silicate powder as well. You really do get a lot of silicate powder if you mine resources, because it sort of just gets put into your inventory every time you hit something that is not the resource you're mining. Yeah, I can't put the chromatic metal in here because I've already run out of space. I mean, I could maybe sell, or do I want to turn the copper into chromatic? You know what? Let's do that. Let's turn the copper into chromatic metal. And I still had this in my inventory. Starships. Yeah, I wanted to put the fungal mold in there as well, right? That's going to be problematic. I don't already want to build a third storage container. I mean, I guess I could just put some stuff into this one. This one, this one, this one, this one. Well, I was going to say I could put the refined stuff in the other one, but that doesn't actually make that much sense. I kind of want to put the meaty chunks in there, but then I'd have to access both of them every time I run into one of these weird... You know what, let's just put the... Well, that doesn't really make much sense either. Put this into the exosuit and take a look at what I got here. Plasma launcher module. I need to swap to my other multi-tool for that. What is this doing? Damage plus 80%. That's pretty good. Problem is I don't have a plasma launcher. Is that the thing that I... Pulse splitter, plasma... So the plasma launcher is the grenade thing, right? I did want to build that anyways, right? Because, I mean, the reason why I want to have a plasma launcher is mostly because I feel like that's going to be really, really beneficial if you have the really big sentinel walkers going after you. And this having plus 80% damage is probably also going to be pretty insane. So I might want to see hermetic seal wiring loom. I can definitely craft. The amino chamber. Do I need something for that? Chlorine. Okay. Wait, is chlorine... Ooh, I need to take a look at that. Catalog, raw materials. So I haven't encountered chlorine as of yet, but... No, I have. See, I was gonna say, chlorine should be refined salt, right? Nice. Let's pick up my salt. Thankfully, I have a huge stack of salt because, well, there's a lot on this planet. Perfect. Let's grab my chromatic metal, exosuit, and let's input some salt. Well, yeah, I have the fungal mold in my inventory. That's really, really annoying that this is... I wish that these storage containers would have a couple more slots. I know I could just build a third one, but... At that point, my base might be running out of juice again, which I also don't want to happen. Maybe let's pull... So fungal mold and marrow bulb are technically both plants instead of actual materials. So maybe let's put both of those into this one. I can always change that, right? As soon as this one's running out of space as well, I can just build a third one. Okay, what was it? Hermetic plates. Let's already get the wiring loom. Chlorine metal plate. Hermetic seal only requires condensed carbon, and the amino chamber requires metal plating. Wait, metal plating wasn't in here anymore, right? Nope. Okay, one metal plating, one hermetic seal, and now I just need more condensed carbon and... Oh, let's actually move... I forgot about the platinum. I am upgrading my exosuit at every space station. I mean, why wouldn't you? Right? Isn't that... You definitely want to get all the inventory upgrades that you can, I feel like. Because that's definitely the most important resource by far in this game, I feel like. Okay, let's pick up the chlorine and... Pick up the chlorine and condense a bit more carbon. Oh, oops. Should also start the whole thing. Is there actually carbon in here? No, I always kept that in my... that's fine. It's only a 500 stack, right? Well, I guess technically I am quite far. The thing is, I only ever visited new systems when I had to, right? I sort of did the... I just started doing missions and kept doing missions the entire time. And they never really require you to go to too many different systems. Because most of the stuff I got... well, for the longest time, I only had 3 systems visited, and I only, like last time I played, I had to go to a Red Star system, but those don't have exosuit upgrades, unfortunately, because they don't have space stations. But yeah, I've only visited, I think, 5 systems at this point. So, and you can basically do everything within those systems, right? I guess until you get to the really advanced stuff with the what are they? They're green and blue star systems as well, right? Yeah. And I mean, technically, I have enough slots. Like sometimes it's a bit of a inventory management that I need to do, but for the most part, it's fine. Let's put the platinum in here. It's also just, I mean, one thing that I find somewhat strange is that the game really, really quickly gives you a lot of these fairly strong technology upgrades through, like, if you fight either sentinels or pirates, which is the biggest reason I think for why my inventory is very quickly becoming quite crowded, full. Okay, I have the chlorine. I wanted to craft... Oh, right. Still need to pick up my condensed carbon. I need a chamber. What did I actually want to do with this? Oh, for the multi-tool, right? My mind blanked there for a second. I was going to say, wait, I wanted to build something, but I don't see it here. Yeah, but it's because it's here. Okay, plasma launcher, hermetic seal, amino chamber, wiring loom. Perfect. And we have a pretty strong upgrade for this as well. Though I do wonder if the projectile velocity will actually come in handy. I mean, it kind of depends on how this thing works just by itself. I hope I don't overshoot my enemies. I do also need... Did I actually store that in here? Oh, hi. God, these things are annoying. I thought I kept... I guess I sold it. Because I had ammunition for the plasma launcher, but I guess I sold it somewhere at some point. Oh well. I should be able to craft that though, right? Yeah. Unstable plasma. Needs oxygen and metal plating. Ooh, I don't want to use up too much of that though. I mean, I do still have ferrite dust and oxygen. Don't really want to use up my stacks currently though. That's fine. I'm just gonna keep it for now. Also, you know what? Let's... Oh, they only stack to 50 in my inventory. Put the chlorine over here. And then move the meat chunks and the mortite into this one. Let's put the wiring loom back. And... oh. Didn't realize there was more of that here. Well, I guess even if I were to upgrade my exosuit further, you know, these storage containers are still going to be a bunch of inventory management every time, right? Because if they only have like 20 slots each, you probably have to have a bunch of them for actual materials, right? Okay, I should have dealt with most of my stuff though. Let's take a look at this one. Multi-tool scanning system. Do I still have the other one active? Yeah. Oh, that's kind of cool. Shit. So the reason why I'm still swapping back and forth with my multi-tool is because the base one that I have, right, the one you start out with, at some point I actually got a pretty cool upgrade for it, which is this thing. I get 2,500% rewards for discovering fauna and flora and stuff like that. So I always kept using this one for exploration and the other one for when I had to fight. But ultimately I wanted to switch to my better one, obviously. It would only be half as good as this one, though. Currently. So I think I'm still going to keep the other one active for now. Also, even though this has so many slots, it's already getting pretty crowded in here, right? Well, mostly because I also installed the plasma launcher now. Do have the combat scope. Let's move these two things. Scanner. Let's move that over there. Now this also has the advanced mining laser, though. Maybe I'll be able to get another one of these upgrades, and if I do, I can permanently swap over to this one. I mean, technically, you know, I could just permanently do that, permanently use that one. The problem is always if you sort of in the back of your mind, you know, hey, I have another multi-tool that has, you know, a lot of rewards for scanning stuff, and the other one's just not as good. I'm always going to be reminded of that. Anyways, let's access my base computer and recover some more archives. 82%. Interesting. So, won't be that much longer with this mission. Thought I had hours to, but the daylight is already fading. The sun is slipping. Light barely penetrates the thick rings looping endless around this. Looping? Shouldn't it be endlessly? I need to hurry. See what we got. Ooh. Still need to wait. Construct the Roma Geobay. I already had this though. That is weird. Huh. That's very strange. I feel like the game gave me that prematurely. Maybe I accidentally did something that gave me that specific blueprint. Okay, I need a lot of ferrite dust. Already churning through my... See, it's good that I didn't use it for the whatever other thing I wanted to build with it. Or was supposed to build with it. Let's grab a stack of this. How do I get paraffinum though? Is that a specific catalog? Do I know that? Oxygen, paraffinum. Local mineral extract, typically found in large deposits or extracted from common minerals after inspection with an analysis. Typically found on planets with a tropical environment. Well, that should be this one then. But of course it doesn't have it. Okay, so I guess I need to look out for... this one has it, but it has aggressive sentinel, so it's going to be really annoying. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Copper... Paraffinum. Inumere 9 would have it. It's a tropical planet with it. Well, that's the pirate system, that's the other one. That's the first system I was in, right? Guess I need to go there then. Let's grab a bunch of paraffinum. Yeah, sure. Let's put the rest of the stuff back just so that I don't use... Oh, I was confused why this was here, but you always get it for completing one of the quests, right? Okay, so I need to collect some paraffinum. I will keep the carbon in my inventory, though. I still have the high capacity slots for the rest of it. Okay, before I go and collect paraffinum, though, I can return to the scientist. What the hell are you doing in here? Get out of my room! Stuck in the ground. I do not think my child experiment is working. They have not assuaged my loneliness, and now I have two consciousnesses to fear for. I am losing myself, traveler. Take my core to a monolith. Let me interface before the Atlas. I must speak to eternity. The Corvax has no memories of my last journey with their core. Then I tried to reconnect them with the Convergence. This time they seek the Atlas. I do not know if the monolith grants such an interface, or if anything does. Convergent monolith. That's on this planet though, so I probably want to do that first, right? Also, let's take a look at this upgrade. Jetpack tanks plus 100%? Whoa. Oh god, really? Another 100% upgrade for the jetpack tanks. Wow. Guess I need to move the gauntlets in here then. Okay. At least I can't install any more upgrades for the jetpack. Atlas Pass V2. Let's move them here. Shit. Another inventory slot lost. I guess at some point you really just have to go out there and basically visit a whole bunch of systems just to be able to upgrade your exosuit, right? Because this is really getting out of hand at this point. The amount of technology that I have installed on mine. Oh boy. Well, at least I now should have quite a good jetpack. Do I have the correct mission? Monolith, yeah. Let's go to the monolith. Though, to be honest, before I go to the other system and collect paraffinum, it might be worth it to continue with the main quest, right? Because I don't know whether or not it's going to request me to get some more materials, so it might be worth it to deal with that first, basically. Okay, I should be able to hopefully see the monolith I'm looking for. Maybe? mean, it should be somewhat close, right? I think. Ooh! What the hell is this doing here? Well, let's land here then. Or maybe this is what I'm looking for. No. Whatever I'm looking for is definitely way further away. Holy shit, this spawned in, like, in a really weird... Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff floating in the air. That looks really awesome, though, doesn't it? The way it spawned in. It really looks like it sort of crashed into the side of the mountain. Because this whole... well, whatever it is sticking out so much. It's a real cool way for a crashed freighter to land on a planet. Remains of the MS Tokiosa Lura 2, or Eura, rather. Lock damage, partial records available. My love, I dive into a black hole tomorrow. I know we agreed not to something. I warned them about advisability of such a large vessel moving through the rift, but they are arrogant, vain creatures, are they not? We emerged into the skies above the anomaly. Reality itself has abdicated here. Vast hexagons litter the landscape of this once proud planet, now become the plaything of our unseen foe. I fear I will not be back home for something time. We drank the water. My love, forgive me. I hope they weren't talking about this planet. Salvage materials from the wreck. That a new mission now? It is. The freighter's cargo is scattered across the area. Use the scan and the terrain manipulator to unearth and claim the loot. I guess it's the stuff that's showing up on my HUD. Ah, okay. Oh, that is a very big thing. Cargo pond. Are you serious? I need chromatic metal for this? Shit, I don't have anything with me to create. Really? Guess I would have to go back to my base then. Does it keep? Does it keep the location of this active and shown if I still have the quest, or will it remove the quest as soon as I move away from this area? Right. Let's take a look at the planning beam bolt. Oh, okay. This is how you. That's slightly annoying if you have so many technologies installed, right? It really takes a long time to switch through all of them. Also, apparently the plasma launcher has 20 whatever ammunition that is. Maybe? They all require chromatic metal? Seriously? Well, that kind of means that you always want to keep some chromatic metal around in your inventory, right? Okay, the mission's still... No, it's not. Of course it's not. It's annoying. Why did it remove the mission? Can't even access this again. Can I place target objects? Press R. Whoop. This should, in theory, stay around this place, right? I hope. So let's actually do this mission first. I really hope that that custom marker just stays around. Okay, that's the crashed freighter though, so I don't think that the monolith that I'm looking for is in that direction. Oh, it's not, right. I literally looked at it through my visor, right? I think it was... Ah, there it is. This should be it. Can I land here? Yeah. I really wonder how many words are actually going to be in the game per race. Oh god. 011 00110 011 01100 011 1111. Are those 3 letters, or... I approached the monolith and prepared to insert the Corvax's core within the dais? The structure looks as if it was made for such a moment. Insert the core. Error, error, Atlas obey, Atlas error, error, run, error, error. Lifeform identified. Corvax Echo, purpose, servant of traveler. Analysis. Verisimilitude failure? The hell is that word? Emotional breakdown, traveler infection, solution terminate, insulate, protect, wipe. That doesn't sound good. Rebooting. 1, 2, 3... Did it reboot the monolith, or is it rebooting my scientist? Because... yeah, that wouldn't be good. Okay, let's fly back to base. And then I should hopefully be able to return to the wreck. With a bunch of chromatic metal. Especially for these types of things, right? Really upgrading your exosuit quite a bit further. Just so much easier to interact with. stuff if you can have all kinds of materials constantly in your suit, right? Oh, I forgot to close the door. Sorry, guys. Research entity Doppelgorsk's shell sits in front of me, awaiting reconnection. I fear for what has happened to the data core. Ihu, greetings, unknown entity. I passed my test. Share in this joy via the exchange of technology. Okay, so his memory got wiped, but he still kinda knows that that's a joyous occasion? Okay. Now I can build circuit boards with a heat capacitor and polyfiber. Wait, I don't know how to craft heat capacitors yet, though. I'm pretty sure. How do you feel about structural analysis, stranger? The scientist has once again been reset, but without a connection to the convergence, I fear they are doomed to repeat the cycle forever, from the moment they met me in the space station until their collapse into loneliness. Perhaps if I can find them a convergence cube, they might be unified with the rest of the Korvax and escape. The scientist deserves this chance at reconnection. They have helped me greatly, and they've taken good care of their beacon. Target outside local system. Nice. So, now I actually like these missions that require you to go to a different system, right? Because it means that I can potentially upgrade my exosuit. So that's cool. Okay. Collect the Korvax Convergence Cube. I feel like I might have already been on a planet that has those, but I'm not sure if the game means the thing that I'm thinking about currently, because there are these cubes that you can collect on planets, right? That I think are quite valuable. But I don't know if that's what they're meaning here. Roma GBA. Okay. I might be able to do both missions. Anyways, let's grab my chromatic metal. I didn't get anything else, right? Yeah. And fly back to the freighter. Hopefully my beacon should still be next to it. I actually completely forgot for a while that you can set these beacons down. That's really, really awesome for moments like this, right? I wonder if there's a limit to how many you can set, though. Yeah, I was kind of worried for a second there whether or not it's going to spawn in the freighter again, but yeah, it does. So these things hopefully should stay around. Okay. What is that? Sodium. I was going to say it looks like paraffinum, but that's just the color of it. Okay. Oh, let's see what's in these things then. Unstable gel.
Extreme night radiation detected.
Extreme night radiation? Oh.
Radiation protection void.
I guess if you open the storage containers, they have radiation in them.
Technology recharge.
Let's recharge my additional shield then. 55,000, nice. What is unstable gel? Crafted from cactus flesh. Value 50,000 units. I guess I'm just gonna sell that. Let me actually double check the other thing as well. So he gave me this blueprint, but I don't know how to craft a heat capacitor yet. Isn't that kind of strange? You'd think they gave you the other two blueprints first, right? I don't know, that's... Oh well, whatever. Something that I need to remind myself of is that I need to get more copper. You know what? Since I now have the ability to write that down better than I did previously, let's actually do that. This thing, unfortunately, the game doesn't actually let you pin stuff, right? Wait, let me write this another way. Wanted materials, copper, so that I can actually remind myself of them. Also, let me quickly... Okay. Perfect. Where's the next one? There's one, but it's displaying another one. Oh, it's up here. Okay. I wonder if this is... Give me a second.
Radiation leak detected. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to deal with some stuff real quick. Okay, let me double check here. That should be outside of this thing, right? I mean, Well, I guess it is somewhat beneficial to do this, right? But it's also... Considering that it does take up... Oh, nice. I am somewhat close to a copper deposit, so I might be able to grab... That's the one that I accessed, though, right? Where's the other one? Mining beam... Oh, this one doesn't have... Wait, I thought I installed a terrain manipulator on it. I guess I didn't. Ooh. Ah, well that's bad. If I want to... Didn't realize I was missing a terrain manipulator on this. I guess I really have to keep both multi-tools around for the time being, huh? Oh, that was the mining beam. Didn't actually mean to do that, but okay. Well, I guess the mining beam can be used as a weapon for these types of things too. Wait, before I open this, is that a second one? No. Oh, it seems to be some sort of ground structure, okay.
Technology prepared.
Really? See, for example, Starship launch fuel isn't really necessarily what I would like to get. That's not really all that useful for me. Okay. Yeah, the mining beam works fine for that, so I don't need to switch over to the weapon multi-tool for this. I mean, you do need a bunch of materials to even open this stuff up, right? But I guess you can get lucky and just get something really, really valuable out of this, right? So you probably wanna do it. Yeah, let's quick quick transfer this to the high capacity inventory. What did I just get? This one. A technology module harvested from the remains of a large interstellar starship may be collected from freighter crash sites or salvaged during frigate expeditions. Useless in its current form, a research station aboard your freighter may be able to convert it into usable technology. Okay, so I need to keep this, or sell it, depending on what I want to do with it, but I guess I want to keep it until I have a freighter. I really want to get a freighter then. I wonder when the game's actually going to give that to me. I guess I need to do more of the main story, right? I mean, this also needs a bunch of sodium as well, right? That's really quite annoying how many resources you need. Okay, is that... I think that's on the other side though. Yeah. At least I really like this, right? The fact that you can recharge your terrain manipulator with the silica powder that you get from... What? Oh, this one's really quite deep below the ground. Well, I assume those freighter modules are going to be somewhat rare then, right? Wait, where the heck's the... What? Oh, there it is. I wonder if you could also craft... Well, the problem is I can't craft those yet, right? Because as soon as you'd be able to craft repair kits... Is that what they're called? Oh, the mind arc is here. Oh, for fuck's sake. I was trying to look for that. Wiring loom? Well, I have the wiring loom, I have the glass, but I need the living pearl for the... Okay, so getting the living pearl already makes it possible for me to continue with the mission. That's pretty awesome. Starship's out of reach. Well, I guess the positive is that I do have more launch fuel in case I need it for when my launch thrusters are empty again. It looks like that's everything I could get here, right? And let's move this back. And can I remove the beacon? Isn't there a way to remove it? I thought there was a way to remove these things. Oh, I guess you can only place one? Now, okay. So if you target it very specifically, you can remove it. That being said, I wanted to fly over there, grab a bunch of copper. Let's also move, because the repair kits in theory should be able to allow damaged equipment to be quickly and efficiently restored to working order. So if I could, in theory, craft these repair kits very quickly, then I could use those to deal with this, right? So you wouldn't have to... That's pretty awesome. You could just keep a stack of repair kits around and or be able to craft them, depending on how easy they are to craft. And then I could use it anywhere, right? Completely disconnected from whatever you find, which is pretty awesome. So I guess you want to keep these things around instead of all the materials that you might need for repairing stuff. Okay, let's move these things over, move this over. Metal silicate. Collect a bunch more copper. Can I actually land here? Oh, I'm gonna clip into the mountain. Maybe? Yeah, well, almost. I really wish you could land manually. Wait, I never scanned these things? And of course the fucking sentinel is around as well. Stop it. There are a bunch of knowledge stones around as well. They're coming back. You need to be careful not to accidentally hit the sentinel, right? I'm pretty sure it wouldn't like being hit with a terrain manipulator.
Well, that does mean, however, that I might have to build a third storage container quite quickly in my base. Because I don't want to convert all this copper into chromatic metal, I think. Because I'd have to have 2 stacks of chromatic metal anyways then. Right? One in my storage container and one in my inventory. Okay, how much was that? 250 or 197? Oh, well, it's okay. That is okay. I do need to keep in mind, though, that I definitely want to get the paraffinum as quickly as possible, because, well, maybe not as quickly as possible, but certainly quite quickly, because then it activates the additional archive recovery in the base computer, right? Which does require some time to be completed as well. So you feel like you kind of want to do these things, right, to be able to use the time to then do other things. I forgot to close the door again. Oh well. Let's put the copper in here. I guess I'm going to keep the stack of chromatic metal around if you need that to sometimes repair stuff. I do still have 2 slots in my cargo inventory as well, so... These things I'm going to sell. This one I'm going to put into the other storage container, though. Yeah. Frigate module. Okay. Okay. That means, if I go over to my missions, I need to construct a Roma Geobay. I need paraffinum for that. Let me actually write that down real quick. So I got the copper. Now I need paraffinum. And for this, I need to go to another system, right? But I can do this because I'm literally next to an ocean that has these pearls in it. 233. Yeah, let's grab that one then, huh? Well, this is quite a bit deeper than I thought. Why is getting to the surface so annoying? Okay, perfect. Oh, I don't want to fly. You know what? The swimming in this game isn't actually that bad, right? I've definitely played games with far worse swimming mechanics, Witcher 3, for example. But they're close to being good. Yep, for some weird decision, or for some weird reasons, actually aren't, and that's really, really weird. So I think when you're on the surface of the water and press forward, it should automatically sort of launch you into this quick swimming, not necessarily animation, but a way for you to just quickly go into one direction with activating your jetpack, but without actually flying into the air, right? And if you let go of your analog stick and then press X, then it should actually launch you into the air. So I wish they would do an update there in terms of how the controls work, specifically. A living pearl, born in the hearts of enormous glowing mollusks found deep underwater. Unlike most pearls, this sample is no unliving calcite. Some trace of the mother clam's consciousness remains within the gem, giving it a lingering, haunting beauty. So it's basically their children, I guess. That's feels quite bad of just, taking it away from them, but oh well. And now I need more ferrite dust, right? Let's actually switch this over. Also, I definitely need more. Write that down. Need more ferrite dust the next time I'm on a planet that has it. Okay. Three. And now I can craft the soul engine. Oh, I need to collect the cadmium again. Nope. I think I need that much. That's what I wanted to sell. No, that's fine. No support channel, silicate. Well, now I don't have. You know what? Why do I always need to make things so complicated? A soul engine. Oh, this requires 120. For some reason, I thought it required 200 cadmium. Maybe that was something else. Okay, and now I can craft the mind arc, correct? With more wiring lumen glass. Let's put this back. And grab glass and wiring loom. Wait, what was it showing? Purchase wiring loom. Oh, they want me to purchase. I have enough. Okay. That's the mind arc done. Put the glass and wiring loom back. Okay. Bring the mind arc to Artemis. Return to the holo terminus to speak to Artemis. Oh. I thought... See, that's what I found so weird previously, is that for some reason the holo terminus that was shown as a mission objective was the one in the other system where I talked to Artemis last time, but I guess it doesn't really matter which holo terminus I use. Or I didn't talk to... Well, I did talk to Artemis, but I also talked to the null entity, whoever that is, first. And that required me to go through a portal, which brought me to a completely different system. But I guess it doesn't matter what holo terminus you access. Yeah, now it's switched over because previously it was showing the mission objective in this system. But yeah, I suppose it doesn't really mean much, right? It doesn't really make a difference which one you access. Well, if that's here, then let's go there. Well, that's actually really close. Is that one that I had already been to at some point? I don't know. Have I ever accessed a holoterminus here? I'm not entirely sure anymore, to be honest. I think they would remember this location. It's probably not charted, is it? Okay, let's take a look. Nope. Samian Station. Against carbon. Well, the cool thing is, though, the rusted metal can be turned into... Where is it? Into ferrite dust. Into a lot of it. So at least I don't have to collect that much more of it. Those were the containers here, right? Let's quickly take a look at this thing. Damaged machinery. More Starship launch fuel, really? What is my standing with the Viking? I think that's here, right? The Viking? Standing is rank 11. You'd think that at that point they would sell me their daggers, right? But I guess they themselves don't really know where they are, since they're sort of old artifacts or something. I really wonder where this is gonna go now. So what we're doing currently is we're reconstructing Artemis, right? Because we found his grave. Or their grave. And on a world with aggressive sentinels. And then we were contacted by this null entity. Or whatever that was. And they basically told us that we would be able to reconstruct Artemis if we were to we grabbed something from him, like we visited the grave, right? And we got their, I guess, data about their mind or something at the time of death. And the null entity said that we could reconstruct, well, at least I took it as us being able to reconstruct Artemis's body and then put the mind back into it, right? So I think that's kind of what we're trying to do now. Multiple signal sources available. The tower hosts a powerful transmitter designed to facilitate holographic communication across long distances. Change to Artemis. I still don't fully understand how we're actually able to talk to Artemis, though, if he's been dead the entire time. But maybe his body, for some reason, or his corpse, is still able to send data? Use Mind Arc. I activate the Mind Arc. I do not know what I expect. Some show of light and fury, some catharsis where Artemis emerges in the flesh, restored to life before my eyes. But it is not to be. One moment I see their hologram, and the next there is nothing. The stranger who gave me these blueprints beckons me over, their signal still active. Well, I mean, in a way, wouldn't this make sense if if I potentially reactivated him, or made it so that he lives again, basically, then maybe his system, or not his system, his signal would actually disappear. Because I feel like we were really only able to access his system in the first place because he was somehow transmitting, or his corpse or something was somehow transmitting signals before his death? I don't know. Mr. Null is back. Travelers are a dream, an idea that we have some special place in this universe. Artemis had it, you had it, Apollo too, though they would conceal it. Even I had this dream long ago. We're countless, my friend, walking these worlds, yearning for friendship. No one wants to be alone, not truly. But the closer you get to others, the more you risk hurting yourself, hurting them. Really? The deepest secret of the universe is not that of the glass, or the Aerons, or their progenitors. It is that final act, the decision to abandon those who need you. It is the primal sin, the foundation of existence itself. Okay. Go to the Stars, Traveler. Your friends wait for you. They will help you bring peace to poor Artemis. Return when you are finished. We have much to discuss. What the hell are you even talking about? The first Traveler. Seek help for Artemis. Bring Artemis to Nada. A copy of Artemis has been stored in the Mind Arc. Fly into space and summon the anomaly. Okay. Oh, there's a knowledge stone. That was rather different than what I was expecting. Though then again, I think what I didn't really realize previously is that I think I now copied Artemis's mind. Because for some reason, I mean, the game, I don't know, the way these missions are written, on the one hand, it's really, really cool, right? It has this really cool, mysterious way of, I don't know, sort of implying things about, like, very fundamental questions about existence and life and that kind of thing, right? So that's kind of cool, but at the same time, I feel like they also very frequently sort of forget to actually tell you what's happening. Everything's written in this really sort of profound, philosophical way, but at the same time, it's also not really telling you what you actually did, right? What was actually happening. I don't really know how else to put it. It's a bit unfortunate because I feel like it takes a little bit of away. It takes a little bit away of what you're actually doing, right? What is actually happening, like physically happening in front of you, basically. Because I thought that we basically already copied Artemis's mind, and now we're trying to sort of restore him. But I guess constructing the mind arc really was just to, well, actually copy him in the first place, and now we're going to try to either restore him or do something with his mind, basically, right? Before I summon in the anomaly, though, I think it would be a good point to go to that other system. That has the paraffinum, and collect that. Well, I'm gonna go to their space station anyways, right? If I teleport, which means that I can at least sell the. Wait, did I forget to actually go to the knowledge stone? Oh, well, whatever. That means that I can sell the relic thing that I found. And then once I've collected the paraffinum, I can summon the anomaly and continue with that. Also, I feel like if this is requiring me, or if the paraffinum is going to be for constructing the geobay, that's sort of my first foray, my first mission objective that's connected to more, what's the word? More vehicles and stuff, right? So I feel like I might be getting closer to getting a freighter that way, hopefully. Let's put the ferrite dust back. Cargo is empty. I wanted to put the goop into the refinery. And I wanted to sell these as well, right? Yeah. I feel like it's not really worth it to refine the goop. I mean, I guess the refinery can sort of just passively do it, but it feels like you should get a couple more nanites out of it, to be honest. Okay, Inumir, so I need to go to Hulorath and then Inumir 9 to find paraffinum. Hulorath Station Omega. Hulorath. It's a very weird name. Honestly, I was debating whether I should rename stuff myself, right? Because I think, like back in the day, I think that back when I tried to get back into No Man's Sky so I played it at launch a little bit, and then I tried to get it back into it. I think I talked about that at some point. I tried to get back into it at some point, right? And then I played it for, I think it was like 10 hours, something like that, but I somehow didn't really... At that point, it still didn't have enough stuff available to really motivate me enough to play it, right? So I ended up stop playing it. But I think at that point what is it that I was trying to say? Definitely lost my thread there. Anyways, let's sell. Oh, right, about renaming stuff. Oopsie. At that point, I actually started naming everything, right? So I started naming, well, not everything, but the systems. And I think I also named the planets, because what I thought was really cool is giving them sort of these names that had certain numbers in it, right? Because that's typically how we in the real world name stuff, right? Most planets that we found, they just have this sort of number attached to it, right? And then some letters that correspond, I think, to the system or constellation or whatever they're in, or maybe who found them, I don't know. And I was kind of trying to follow a naming convention for the systems and planets that I found myself, right? And it was kind of fun to do it the first time. But what I found this time around is that the game, at least in my opinion, comes up with pretty cool system names itself. I mean, well, arguably the system names sometimes are a bit weird, right? I mean, Muhedu Thihan might be quite hard to say, right? But I don't know, something about this, because this is called Inumir 9, right? And by not naming them yourself, oh, by the way, I could upload this stuff, a bunch of stuff. By not naming them yourself, but rather just taking the names that are there, I feel like you kind of get this, you can almost craft your own backstory for these things a bit more, right? So you could think that okay, this is, for example, this is a Korvax system, right? And we have this planet, Inumir 9. So maybe the Korvax have already named 8 other Inumir planets. I might never find them, right? They might be somewhere completely different in the galaxy, but you can sort of come up with that, right? With these ideas and stories, and I think I like that a lot. Also, the names, they're really, really cool. Verla Alpha, Dea Major, Inumir 9, Pekka 2. I feel like they have somehow the naming generator, that way, for this is pretty awesome, to be honest. And also, something that actually annoyed me during the playthrough, where I did name the planets and systems myself, is that I still didn't name all the planets, not planets, all the materials and minerals and animals and whatnot, because that would be, there is way too much stuff to discover to actually name all of those yourself, right? So, yeah. Also, again, these names are pretty good themselves, right? Ebol Tate, Oevolite, Nimeirite. No idea how you would say that, but it feels like they're proper. They do sound like how we name minerals and animals and whatnot, right? Okay, I sold those things. I have inventory slots, so let's go over to Inumir 9 and just let me double check, but I should have gotten my upgrade here, right? Sometimes I wonder if after a while they will have additional upgrades available, but I guess that doesn't really make sense, right? Also, it is kind of cool from a game progression standpoint, right? That they're pushing you to new systems and making you actually find new systems, discover new things, because you want to have more inventory slots. I feel like that's a cool kind of secondary motivation for players. Which ones? That's the one. Paraphenum. And once I've prepped that, I'm gonna summon in the anomaly. And talk to Nada again. Oh, I didn't realize this planet had so much water on it. Huh. Don't remember that I was already on kind of an ocean world like this in the past. See, it kind of looks like there are more land structures over here. That it? The purple stuff? What else does it have? Copper and silver. I don't think that's going to be silver, right? That would be kind of weird. Nope, it's paraphenum. Perfect. Scan a bunch more stuff. By the way, these armored clams do seem to be on a lot of planets, right? Basically everywhere there is an ocean, it'll always have the armored clams in it as well. Oh, this really isn't much. That's unfortunate. Or maybe it just has a weird shape. It actually might have a sort of a weird shape to it. $57. Well, it would just be barely enough to construct the bay, right? Since I'm already here, might as well grab more. If I can find more, that is, though. Copper. Oh, that's the one I was at. Well, at least I know what it looks like, and I have a bunch of launch fuel things now, so not that big of a deal to fly around and look for more. It's a knowledge stone. It's just rock. Sometimes when sort of rocky surfaces have this shiny gleam to them as well, they very often do look like mineral deposits. Also, I think this is kind of buggy, right? If your scanner is still recharging, when you use it like on the ground and then enter the starship, for some reason it'll keep recharging at the same rate that it does when you're on foot, whereas it should in theory recharge way quicker in the starship, which that in and of itself doesn't really make that much sense, right? Although, well, I guess in this case it would be the starship's scanning possibilities. Let's see. That is silver. That's paraffin. I actually really like this planet. It's very open. Doesn't have anything that's annoying. No storms or aggressive sentinels or... That's the... Actually, you know, as much as I like having sort of animals around and stuff, I do think that it's almost a bit too overwhelming on the planet where I built my actual base currently. My home base, that is. Because they're constantly there, right? And it's not just sort of 3-4 animals around you, but it's like 20 or something. They're all spawning at once. So yeah, I think... Well, there's probably going to come a point where I will relocate my main base. And at that point, I might look for a planet more like this, right? I think my sort of ideal planet would probably be one with either no animals or only very infrequent animal encounters. I mean, like this, right? This is basically very empty. It still does have these things around, especially since they're flying, though. They don't really bother you on the ground, right? I mean, that's mainly why I don't like them being around all the time on my main base, because they constantly walk into your shop, basically. They constantly walk into your mining beam, for example, or into when you're trying to do you know, terrain manipulation and those kinds of things. Let me please scan the creature. They're all underground, right? Ah, well. Also, the planet being a bit more open like this and not having like tall trees or things like that just makes it way easier to build bigger stuff on it, right? So I also enjoy that. The only thing is that this planet's kind of boring in terms of it's literally just red grass and rocky terrain. I mean, it does have oceans, but that's about it. Oh, these really don't give you much, right? That's slightly unfortunate. Is there another one somewhat close? Silver. Yeah, that one. I can just walk over there. I very, very rarely use my navigational data anyways. So instead of accumulating yet another 20 stack of navigation data, I should probably just actually use the modules that I got already. Also, this might actually give me a chance to scan the creatures that I'm still missing.
Technology recharge.
They are not easily seen, though. I mean, you do get the HUD indicator for where they are. It seems like they don't very often come to the surface. Well, that actually damaged me. Okay. Ah, let me scan, finally. Okay. Nice. 5 of 8 found. Scanning all the available creatures on a planet really does give you a lot of nanites though, right? So I should definitely try to complete the catalog for that on most planets. Though you do need to get lucky, because unfortunately most of the time they actually... It seems to be quite rare to actually get all the creatures, especially on planets with like multiple species, like 8 or 12, right? I mean, even on my home planet, even though I'm there quite a lot, I haven't actually found the last 2 species for some reason. This does look a bit larger than the other ones, but I don't know whether or not it actually is. Definitely didn't think that this would be, considering that it's in the system I started the game in, I did not think that this would be this difficult to get. I mean, maybe most of the things that actually need paraffinum to be crafted, maybe they don't usually need too much of it. Okay. Well, guess that's it. Let's call my ship. Why does it always look so weird? Yeah. That looks a lot more like an actual landing spot. Okay. 156 paraffinum. Yeah, hopefully that should last me. Well, it probably won't last that long, to be quite honest, but shouldn't be too bad either. First, let's go to the anomaly, though. Do we still have the correct mission active, by the way? Board the space anomaly, yeah. At least now it's not constantly force swapping over the mission. That is really weird. As soon as you get that pirate system mission, right? Basically the tutorial introducing you to pirate systems, every time you either go into space or land on a planet, basically have a transition between space and planet, right? Every time it auto switches over to that mission. I don't know what's wrong with that mission in particular, but yeah, unfortunately that's really, really annoying. I know I'm repeating myself here, but I just wish that they would do more QA, right? Just fix a bunch more bugs. The game is really, really good at this point, right? They don't need to add a billion different features every time they do updates. Just fix the bugs. That would be so cool. Also, the game actually did crash on me yesterday as well, right? So making it more stable. I know, obviously, with the game like this, right? Its very nature makes it so that it's probably quite difficult to... What the hell is happening here? Somebody summon us in. The very nature of the game makes it quite difficult to really make sure that everything works every time, right? But still, there's just... Because it's so much, right? If you occasionally would encounter bugs, or if occasionally you would encounter missions that don't work correctly and whatnot, that would be fine, but it's like a constant thing, right? You constantly have at least one mission or one objective or one material or one other thing that you're going to or something. There's constantly at least one thing that doesn't work correctly, right? It's very, very rarely an actual issue, right? I mean, you can kind of ignore it and it's fine. But, yeah. It's just because of how long the game's been out and because of how many updates they've done that I feel like, you know, they should have put a little bit more into the actual sort of quality of the game beyond just features, right? I don't know. Oh well. Friend entity. Polo observed your signal approach, but it was anomalous. The signature was from the wrong time. IUL. Not incomplete, not fading. Nada's visor light flares, burning with concern and distress. Reveal the mind arc. I tell Nada about Artemis, about Null, and about the mind arc. It glows brightly as I reveal it. It is Echo. I never thought to see a traveler soul. You were so beautiful. But friend entity, this Artemis Echo is in pain, disconnected. This arc is no rescue. Ask for help. Artemis Echo will never have body again, will never explore again. Old life gone. But we can help them. Nada has a machine. No, not machine, it is something living. A refuge. There is a choice. You may upload Artemis Echo to machine, to sub-simulation, where they may live on. Or help Artemis Echo end suffering. Okay. A sub-simulation where they may live on. So ending their suffering would just be, I guess, destroying the mind arc? We went through so much trouble actually crafting it though, right? Ask about the simulation. I ask what life would be like inside of the simulation. Nada pauses for a moment, staring at me strangely. Nada tells me Artemis would still feel joy at the things they experienced, but if they should learn of their fate, that they were alone, no longer real, unable to meet their friends, such knowledge may cause them great pain. Are they hinting at the fact that we are in a simulation?
mean, funnily enough, we kind of are, because it's literally a game, right, and a simulation of this world, but maybe we are also in sort of a sub-simulation? Is that what it's telling us? Because Artemis is already in pain, right? So it's sort of the current status already. You must choose. Upload them to machine to sub-simulation where they may live on, or help Artemis Echo end suffering. Let's end their suffering. I have decided. Go and speak with Polo Traveler. They will help you calibrate the machines, no matter what your decision. Whatever you do, I'm proud of your compassion. You are a traveler friend. Yeah, to be honest, ending their suffering seems like a better fate. Because they clearly died, right? So Nada told me what you need to do. Just know, friend, that we support you no matter the choice. I will prepare the machine. It is Nada's friend, private refuge. Nada's friend's private refuge. Please treat it with care. Signed, Artemis's fate at Nada's private terminal. Oh. Guess that wouldn't be here. Hey, I can get an exosuit upgrade? I still don't fully understand how these exosuit upgrades at the anomaly work. Because I thought, right, my thinking sort of was that you get an exosuit upgrade every time you visit a space station, and then maybe in every system you can also summon in the anomaly and it'll also give you an upgrade. I don't know, this is the first system I was in. Now then again, now that I think about it, it might be that the, it might have been that the main quest makes you warp first, and then you can call the anomaly. I don't actually recall if that's how it worked, but there is a chance that I just never summoned the anomaly in this system. I need to keep an eye on that. I mean, if you can actually grab 2 upgrades per system, that is pretty awesome, I think. Okay, for some reason the technology slot costs way more than the general slot. I don't know. That's definitely weird, but hold on. Nice. Let's put the gauntlets over there. You do have to keep that in mind, though. You know what? Maybe I should actually go through all the systems I visited, summon in the anomaly, and just take a look at whether or not I can get more exosuit upgrades already without visiting new systems. I think that might be worth it. Especially since, at least in the system that I was in, that has no space station, I'm pretty sure you can still summon in the anomaly, right? So it might still have an upgrade for me, even though it doesn't. The system itself doesn't have a space station. If that's even how it works. It might also be that the anomaly just gives you an exosuit upgrade every, like, I don't know, 3 hours of playtime or something. That might also be the thing. Oh well. Terminal Prime. The machine is ancient and powerful, a relic of a world long since destroyed. The craft is extraordinary. It is clearly tended to often, and with great love. I feel a whisper, not a faint hum, over the speaker. As they commune with the machine, the words on panel unscramble them. On the panel unscramble themselves. Nada entity authorization detected. Secondary simulation 5 write enabled. This relic is a simulation of a solar system. A prayer offered by ancient Korvax to the Atlas, now reshaped at the heart of the anomaly. A single false solar system, so dear to Nada. It will act as a home for Artemis, should I wish it. No, let's allow him to die. Even as I process my decision, Nada's hum takes on a quiet new intensity. I speak, and their voice replies, intelligible now. They talk gently and suggest I place the ark upon the terminal. I do so and hear a whisper. A prayer? The ark begins to unfold, twisting from its center, releasing the traveler's soul within. I witness a spark of blue light blaze within the air before me. It fades after a moment, and with it, the last remnant of Artemis within this world. That was actually quite beautifully written. I hear Nada's voice over the speaker, intelligible now and reassuring. They tell me that it is done. Artemis is at peace now. They suggest I do not dwell on these moments. They tell me that I did the right thing. Cool. Share the burden of Artemis's fate with Nada. Artemis Echo has been disconnected, freed from a cruel life. You have done well, traveler. Your guild, it is a sacrifice for the one you called friend. Go on without regrets. You did what you had to do, friend. Traveler Artemis is free of pain now. Few can say the same. It's weird that the mission doesn't update. I guess I have to contact Apollo first. One thing that I wanted to take a look at, though. Did I ever talk to this guy? Welcome, Portal Adept. Not with respect. Mercury returns my nod. There's much understanding in a simple gesture. So this teleporter will allow you to teleport anywhere normal ones do as well, right? All recent featured. Oh, right. This also lets you to teleport to other players' worlds and stuff, right? And their bases. That's pretty awesome. So I could directly go to another system if I wanted to, or another base. Yeah, I was gonna say, because one thing that would have felt very weird is if you could sort of teleport to a different system but stay within the anomaly, right? And then just walk up to the exosuit upgrade thing and grab the upgrade and then teleport and so on and so forth. But you always need to re-summon the anomaly, which does make sense in that regard, right? So you can teleport to another system directly, but you will always obviously come out at its space station, and then you can resummon the anomaly and take a look at whether or not you've already gotten the exosuit upgrade. I just need to remind myself. So in theory, right? Let's see. More systems visited. So I'm pretty sure this was the first system I visited. I'm currently in this one, and I definitely got the upgrade here already. I also know that I definitely didn't get the upgrade in this system. I'm not entirely sure in which other ones I might have gotten or not gotten it. Pretty sure that I didn't get it in the pirate system, so I might just go through all of the ones that I've already discovered, just go into the anomaly and take a look at whether or not I already have the exosuit upgrade, right? Okay. First of all, let's return to space, though, and talk to Apollo. Are you receiving? The holo terminus showing available again. Your signal was thought you were gone. It is a relief to hear Apollo again. It feels like we have not spoken in a long time. Explain. I tried to recount the experience to Apollo as best I can. The gateway, the strange planet, a vast machine, the crimson orb. Right, that all happened since last time we spoke, right? So we went into the portal, it auto-transported us to a different system, and then we got auto-teleported into the Atlas station, talked to the Atlas, I presume, this big red orb thing. Then we got auto-teleported back down to the planet, right? There was a bunch of stuff that happened. As I talk, I realize the memories themselves are unstable, that I cannot form them in my mind. It's just a dull, aching red. I tell Apollo that I think I saw the Atlas itself. You saw it. You met the Atlas. The Gek, the Korvax, they worship it as a god. I never thought it was real. Never thought... Are you alright? I can't imagine what you've gone through. Say it was not a god. I don't know, it's a machine, I think? I don't know what it is. I wouldn't say that it was well, I guess technically for my character it would have been terrifying, right? Let's say that it was not a god. I tell Apollo if the things the Atlas said, how it spoke of travelers and sentinels, as if we were protocols, not living things. The way it views us, the way it looked at me, I felt as if life and death were just fragile dreams, not real concepts at all. At least it didn't harm you. I think there's something in what you've just said. The Korvax pay homage to the Sentinels precisely because they believe them to be servants of this Atlas. We should investigate further. This machine will lead us to the Sentinel nest. We'll be rich before we know it. Well, I'm not in it for the money. I want to know what the Sentinels are, or why they're here. Let's agree with this point, though. I mean, I'm technically agreeing with him. It's just that, for me, it's more about Sentinels itself and information rather than money. Though they very often overlap, I suppose. I tell Apollo I agree. Perhaps the Sentinels and the Atlas are linked. Perhaps this is the path we need to take. But there are other factors now in play. I tell Apollo of Artemis's grave and my encounter with a mysterious traveler, Null. Artemis is dead. I don't... How? Who would... I know I made fun of them, but that was easy. They cared, they believed, and I... What's happened to them? Where have you buried Artemis? I want to say goodbye if I can. Tell them of your choice. I tell Apollo that Null gave me a way of saving Artemis to restore them to a form of life. Apollo is initially excited at the prospect of going to meet Artemis. The prospect, is that correct? Whatever. But I explained that I could not do it. It would not have been life, just an empty existence within the simulation. I had to allow Artemis to find peace in death. Ask if this was right. You did the right thing. You tried. Whatever you might be feeling right now, know that you are a good friend. I have to go through the portal and join you, that much is clear. We just need to figure out the right glyphs, the right address for that world of yours. Find a monolith, search for patterns in the data. These things are machines, and we simply need to understand their code. Use a monolith to locate a portal for Apollo. First of all, I guess we have to kill more pirates, though.
Warning. Threat detected. Hostile ships approaching.
At least, especially this close to the space station, I have a bunch of people aiding me. Wait, what? What? weird. Why? Does he have like countermeasures or something against rockets? Maybe he was slightly too far away for my rocket? That was weird. Okay. Artemis' fate has been sealed. I can only hope I've done the right thing. It's time to find Apollo and see what sense I can make of the situation. Return to space and contact Apollo. The Starship team must be clear of planetary... Why does it... What? That's not what I'm currently on. Portal ley lines. Yeah, use a monolith. The thing is, though, I don't want to walk through another portal, right? Because I kind of wanted to... Ah, well, whatever. Let me write that down real quick. Fairy dust. Go through systems for suit. Too dumb to write sometimes. Suit upgrades. I still need to get used to this keyboard, I think. Go through systems for suit upgrades in normally.
Distress signal detected.
Space rescue?
Hostile ships approaching.
Ah, that's for the Fredo and whatnot, right? I don't want to do that yet. I want to actually continue the missions and stuff. As much as I want to help these guys, but, you know. Those are things that are always going to happen, I think. So there will be plenty of time to rescue freighters. Okay, where's the... Where is the monolith that I'm looking for, though? Should be somewhat easy to locate on this planet, right? Sometimes these things are quite far away from the actual... Oh, there it is. Or maybe it just feels like they're far away because... because with mountains and you know, if the terrain is sort of... If it's quite hard to look through the terrain, then more often than not, it feels like you have to look for these... mission objectives quite a lot. Corex word for will. With these are the best ones with 3 knowledge stones. Corvax monolith. Anomaly. I see the stone of the monolith. It's immovable, muted silver, and yet something lurks beneath. It is grey, and yet not grey. A crimson calling out from somewhere below its cool surface. Locate a portal. Portal ley line activated. Locate the portal for Apollo. Oh, that's on this planet? Well, I think in this particular case, aren't we actually looking for a portal to get Apollo through to us? So I guess I wouldn't necessarily be going through it this time. Definitely faster to do this with a pulse drive rather than flying manually. Though, I do have to say that sometimes I just enjoy flying manually. It gives you a greater sense of appreciation for the planets, right? And how big they actually are. It's interesting though that this seems to be close to a structure. Huh.
Toxic protection falling.
Let's chart this. Age is platform. See what's in here.
Toxic protection stabilizing.
Microprocessor. Just need to double check that I not suddenly have too much things in my inventory. Deserted terminal. Returning user identified. Terminal now active. Unlocking data log continuation for analysis. I found a body. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. If there's a species like it, then I hope they're all dead like this one. At first I thought it's some tragic remnant of a matter transfer tech malfunction. A cage of bones and flesh studded with random patterns of crooked teeth and roomy, lidless eyes. Roomy? How do you pronounce that? But no. Some horror of twisted evolution warped by cruel nature. I can't help but picture what it would have looked like alive. I cannot help but fear that it will live again. Analyze data log. Discover something coded deep inside the long dead traveler's data log. Something has been left that will aid me on my own journey. Oh, just a bunch of nanites? Okay. Cool, I guess.
Toxic protection falling.
Let's put, let's see, let's put the residual goop into the Starship microprocessor. I was gonna say, with the antimatter I could actually craft an additional warp cell, but I actually already have a full stack of them. Oh well. Let's take a look at the portal. Sometimes that's really annoying with the, with this, right? You really need to properly look at the ground for it to propel you forward. Visitation of Oisenza. Ooh. The hell is this? Ancient technology. Charge equipment with earth elements. Do I need dihydrogen for this?
Technology recharge.
Oh, they all require like different things. Okay.
Technology recharge.
Are you serious?
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology.
Hopefully that's available on this planet.
Technology recharge.
What I still need for this.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Okay, so I need... Is there copper? Copper, cadmium, emerald, indium. Or activated copper. What does this planet have? Cobalt, ammonia, copper. Okay, perfect. Cobalt. Cobalt. Are you serious? Really? All the available ones are all cobalt, not copper? Really? Well, I guess copper is the less, or the least, what's the word? Least common on this planet? Oh boy. Okay, oh, hello. Did not realize that I would need copper here.
Protection. Falling.
Let's put the rusted metal in here. Now I actually took the chromatic metal with me, right, to be able to, in case of having to repair something, you know, use that. And now I need copper instead of the chromatic metal. Oh well, shouldn't be too difficult to locate a source for copper.
Toxic protection. Falling.
That's really quite unfortunate though, that all the deposits around the location where I'm at currently are cobalt instead of copper. I mean, it's marked the location of the portal, right? So it shouldn't be too difficult to go back to. Just need to get a little bit lucky and find a copper deposit. Oh yeah, let's also quickly, before I forget, let's actually put this into the starship. Ferrite dust, sodium, yeah, okay, the rest is fine. This copper? That's not cobalt. What's the third thing? Ammonia. Wasn't ammonia green? Or was it yellow as well? Nope, that's copper. Perfect.
Toxic protection. Falling.
Actually quite a big resource as well. Wait, Sentinel doesn't care about me? Mining the copper? I guess it looked into the other direction the entire time? This is a lot of copper, though. Well, to be fair, copper is quite common, right? At least that means that I hopefully won't run out of copper that quickly. Actually, it takes a while to grab everything here. It does remind me that I placed one of those automatic mining things quite close to my home base. Wait, why does it still show copper available? Ah, well, whatever. Yeah, I placed one of those automatic mining things. I need to check back on that and see how it actually worked, and if it, like, how it grabs the materials, I suppose. Is what I'm trying to take a look at. Okay, cargo. Let's move this to my high capacity inventory. Complete stack of those. No fuel in the launch thrusters. Well, I should be very close to be able to take off again, though. How much power do I need to take off? I think it's like 34% or something. It's like a very weird value, but that's, I think, also due to this one. Because typically I think it's like 50%, right? Wait, what would that be? Let's actually see if this works. So 50% minus 20 would be 40, right? 40 exactly? Okay. Let's see if that works. Is there something else I wanted to get? I did write down... Well, I have the paraffinum, but I might want to get more of that as soon as I can. In terms of ferrite dust, oh yeah, let me actually look at... I have 122 ferrite dust now, but I think I only have 250 on my in my home base. So I definitely still want to go and do that. Okay. Let's see. We're at 38%. Still doesn't work. Yeah, I think it's actually exactly 40%. I need something like this, but with a launch cost of minus 100%, right? So that I'd have 4 complete charges for the launch thrusters. That would make things a lot less annoying. I mean, I know that I have the launch fuel, obviously, but yeah. Okay, now it works. Okay, so the calculation there is actually correct. I mean, I would have been very surprised if that didn't work. Like if the game would, for some reason, calculate that differently. But then again, it's No Man's Sky, right? You never know. Especially since, you know, it might also round in a weird way, because maybe the 20% are actually like 19.6% or something, and it's just displayed as 20%. Alright, let's put the copper in.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology
Before I put in the last, so these are, wait, how many are there? 3, 6, 9, 12, 16, right? I wonder what these mean.
I mean, they're very clearly things, right? This is like a teleporter. We have a ship. A droplet / atlas or something. A moon. There's a dinosaur thing. A bird. I think this is supposed to be a sunrise or sunset.
Technology recharge.
Empower the glyphs to access portal network.
Toxic protection falling.
Oh!
Technology
Oh!
recharge.
I didn't realize my stack was probably empty. Traveler capture loop enabled. Anomaly event contained. The portal seems to beg me as I approach, demanding my attention. It requires me to activate it. It requires me to travel on. I'm unsure if I should listen. Request this planet's address. Okay, so this is the specific portal sequence that you need to insert to get here? Relay the portal glyphs to Apollo at a holo terminus. So, I hope you don't have to do this every time you're looking for a portal. It might be kind of weird. These things look awesome though. Is there a holo terminus on this planet? Yeah.
Weather warning. Incoming
Toxic
storm.
rainstorm.
Technology recharge.
You know, in terms of the launch thrusters, I could, in theory, get more upgrades for that. At like a space station or something, right? But I don't want to put even more technology in my ship at this point. So, yeah, beautiful rainbow. That's pretty cool, right? I think rainbows are actually somewhat common at like on toxic planets for some reason. Something about these toxic rains and whatnot are
Toxic protection falling.
creating quite beautiful rainbows. Oh, oops. I think I turned off the light.
Toxic protection falling.
Gag relic. And
Toxic protection falling. Toxic damage detected.
alright, let's recharge my...
Technology recharge.
Thankfully, I do have the additional toxic shield. I really quite like those additional shields. I know I said that last time as well, but they do seem to be... well, I don't know how they work exactly, but even in like storms and stuff, they still... I feel like discharge with the same rate as they would in just normal toxic environments, for example. So for those additional shields, it actually doesn't matter if there's a storm or not. So that's pretty awesome. Definitely need more of those. Tell us to tune into Apollo. Hello there.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Have you found the glyphs for your world? I'm almost ready. My suit is upgraded, my stomach is full, and I've hired a gag to look after my farm while I'm away. Wait, what farm? Yes, I have a farm. What of it? It's not much, mostly fruit I've found in my travels, but I'm hoping to expand. Anyway, this is no concern of yours. Well, it is. I want to build one of those myself.
Which we probably will be able to as soon as we go through this mission, huh? We have a portal to attend to, do we not? As I look at Apollo, I think of all that I saw within the portal, of what happened to Artemis when they walked that same path. I think of the face of the Atlas, of the way Nada warned me not to return to those tunnels. I do not know if the portals are safe. I'll give him the glyphs anyway. I give Apollo the glyphs, asking them to take care to remember what happened to Artemis. They assure me that they will, promising to see me soon. Before I go, they advise me to find out what I can from the so-called null. They warn me to be careful too. Ah, there he is. Mr. Null. Two lost souls, one who cared too much and one who cared too little. Their lives have not become what was promised, have they? Every sentient being that has ever lived has felt that way at some point. I know I did, once upon a time. I was angry, confused at my own solitude. Imagine my surprise when you woke me. Oh, I know you didn't mean to. I know you were just playing around with portals, but whatever you did, I am here now, and I need your help. The Atlas. It is not what you think it is. Something is happening to the universe. Something I need your help to figure out. Why do you need my help? The Sentinels do not just keep the peace across the universe. Yeah, they really don't, right? Their motives run deeper than that, seeking out anomalies in the multiversal structure and eliminating them from existence. Have you looked at me? What do you think a Sentinel would do if they came across my form? No, it has to be you, Traveler. There is an observatory nearby. It will lead you to the location of a crashed freighter of great interest to our investigation. There we will find the first secret, I'm sure of it. Know that the Atlas is neither enemy nor friend to us. No more than the air or the wind might be called such names. But it is terrified, it is in pain, and we have a responsibility to help its suffering, no matter the cost. Interesting. Suggesting that the Sentinels might not work as intended, maybe? It was definitely something that was hinted at some point as well, where I feel like actually it doesn't seem too far away, does it? Just need to make sure that I'm flying in the... So it's literally the direction my ship's looking into, okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, that it was... It sort of hinted, or seemed to hint at the fact that... that... maybe the Sentinels, so they're sort of keepers of peace, but they can be aggressive on their own, right? Which kind of seems to suggest that maybe maybe they just don't work the same way they used to or something. 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. It's kind of weird that it switches you over to the anomaly, right? I don't know. That's the observatory, right? Yeah. I don't know. Something about how it switches between missions is... or can be quite weird. In a lot of ways.
chart this. Let's see. I think there might be... Let's go here. Oh, did I actually... I always forget to look at this again. Though it doesn't actually matter, right? I could just keep that in there, and the next time I'm finding rusted metal, like now, I could just, you know, move it then. At least I'm actually now getting a bunch of ferrite dust again. It's pretty awesome. That is very, very cool how you can sort of passively generate more of it, right? Just by putting rusted metal and stuff into your suit's refiner. In general, that's really, really cool how they did that, in my opinion. That you have a small refinery inside your exosuit. I am quite looking forward to like finding more technologies, because I still feel like I'm only barely scratching the surface of what the game has, right, in terms of upgrades and whatnot, and things that you can find, systems that you can find. And it almost sounds like there's a heartbeat in this observatory. Some navigation data. This is probably going to be Atlas V3, right? No, I can actually open this. Oh, cool. It's the first time I've been able to open one of these doors. So they just contain sort of additional... I should have put the copper into my... They contain additional resources. It's pretty awesome. These are still damaged, though. Life support gel. Oxygen. More oxygen. Ammunition. How much ammunition can you stack, by the way? I think it's like 2,000 or something, right? Okay, these can't be opened, though. Okay, I think I can actually craft another life support gel, right? Yeah. Nice. No, not quick transfer. Add more. Let's add the rest of that. Put in carbon. And begin the processing. Okay. Thankfully, I do still have inventory space. Okay, let's see what's over here then. Oh, plants. Interesting. I wonder if I... It almost looks like something you could build yourself, right? Because I know you can at some point, like, there are things that I can research where you can plant your own plants inside your base. So that'll probably look similar to this, right? This is somewhat annoying to do for the little bits of carbon that you get, but I don't know.
Uh, maybe they should have made it so that you only press square once and just get all the carbon that's available in one of them. Oh, there's a verb one as well. Oh well. It's the first time I've been in one of these side tracts of a station or observatory or something. Ooh, that was actually more carbon than I thought it was. Okay. Observatory. Mel's prediction was correct. The terminal is curiously open, the locks ready for me to read. This observatory appears to have functioned as a salvage station, manned by a GEC specialist. A translator, they were accused of questioning things that should not be questioned, of sowing the seeds of dissent. This posting was meant as a punishment. But it appears that this posting was the making of them. They found strange things in the wrecks, aberrations, data that spoke of worlds that do not exist and events that did not happen. That GEC went out to investigate one such craft, the life signature of a Korvax still on board. They never returned. But is this how Nada and Polo met? Is this how my friends found each other? There is a signal on the console, a warning on repeat. 16 short bursts of data in a loop. As always, the number 16. I extract coordinates for the distress signal. A crashed vessel awaits me on another world. Freighter crash site located. Is that on another world? Seems to be on this one, to be honest. Where's my ship? There. Wait. Find the wreck of Nada's crashed freighter. Coordinates originally logged by GEC specialist Polo. Huh. That's really cool that I find their backstory all of a sudden. Let's move the... Guess I can move the copper. Starship high capacity inventory. Yeah, should be fine. If I'm still looking for like though maybe let's put this on the starship as well, and the ferrite does too. It'll be easier to store that there. Okay. Just want to double check. So I'm still in my starting system, right? Okay. Back to Inumir 9. See if this will finally get me closer to having a freighter on my own. Of my own. Ooh, hello. These crash sites do look pretty awesome, don't they? I do remember when I last tried, like a year or so after they did their first, like, 2 big updates or something, when I tried the game again, I do remember that it already had these crash sites in it. And one of the first things that you did during the main mission at that point was going to one. It's interesting that they overhauled their whole thing multiple times. Unknown doomed freighter. Crew manifest missing. Limited data available. 1 log encryption key? Log encryption key required. Search the crash site for secure containers. Okay. Oh, that's cool. So sometimes they also require you to find a key in the containers. Cargo pod? Thankfully, I still have the chromatic metal with me. Well, I do also have copper, so... Lock encryption key. So I could have refined chromatic metal as well. Alright. See what kind of secrets you have in you. Read the log. I do not know who will read this message. I do not know if anything will survive, but I must die as I lived. I will record it all, even in the face of oblivion. The swarm came to every world. The drones acted erratically, not attacking, just watching. Time passed, and the sentinels did not seem so much of a threat anymore. They were peaceful now, we thought. Had been forgiven. We were wrong. Oh, that's cool. I need multiple. Man, the freighters look really cool. I really can't wait to get my own. So that one's here. I wonder if they're always at the same place. Because it feels like these cargo containers are... Oh, that was weird. Did you see my multi-tools? It's just sort of awkwardly floating before me. That's kind of funny. Guess the camera didn't really know what to do there.
Radiation leak detected. Extreme subterranean radiation detected.
What? Second log entry. So somehow the sentinels came after them. Accessing the next logs. They struck as one, an attack somehow coordinated across unfathomable distances. With the fury exceeding all prior skirmishes, the Sentinels annihilated all biological life within the universe in a span of 54.2 standard minutes. What the fuck? Wait, there's still life though. Did life come back? Only I remained. The Korvax stood with me in the end, to their credit. They concealed me within their flotilla as they headed towards the center. Oh, or are we in a different galaxy, maybe? That might also be a thing.
Life support power low.
Right, so maybe they... maybe they flew to the center of their galaxy and ended up going to a new one? I guess the Sentinels followed them, potentially? Now the story actually gets interesting. I was saying, right, so it felt to me as if the writing was kind of cool. Like it was, oops, controller always fell off. It was sort of, it had this feeling of being very, profound in its philosophy, but it also felt kind of vague and never really described what it was doing. But now it feels like we're focusing in on something a lot more than we were before, right? Before it was sort of very mysterious, and now that we actually helped Artemis and realized, okay, he was actually dead, and we just sort of found a final resting place for his data, so to speak, or didn't find it, depending on how you want to look at it. He actually could move on and properly die, I guess. Now it's sort of honing in way more on what this universe actually is, what the Sentinels are, and even though there's still a lot of mystery, it feels like it's much more focused than before, which I definitely appreciate. Because not gonna lie, if it would have stayed as vague as it was before, then I think you would very quickly lose interest in it, right? They're coming now. The screams of my friends resonate in every hall, every corner. The Sentinels have found me. I told Nada to leave. I told them what we already know, all of us. We're not alone. Even if I die, Nada will find me again in another universe. 10 just like me. 1,000. 1,000,000. We're not alone, for every soul is many. Even in the face of 16, we must declare that we lived. We existed, no matter the horror of the end. They're at my door. So that means if I were to visit like another galaxy, another universe, we'd have the same sort of people in it. Error. Unexpected lock termination. So they died, but we're still somehow... Transmit the freighter's lock to null. Okay, so we need to go back to the holder terminus. Before I do that, though, let's grab the rest of the stuff here. Wait. Hey, another unstable gel. Also, let me actually try using, since I have it in my starship, or had it for a very long time, right? Let's quick transfer this to my exosuit. That would also open up an inventory slot as well, so let's try out how well a repair kit works for this. Okay, 55,000 units again. Wait, it didn't actually use the repair kit though, right? Do I have to somehow specifically select that? I think there's still one container left. There might be some sort of way to... Why is this last one always so difficult to find? Wait, where the hell is it supposed to be? Oh. Further down. Wait. Please don't tell me this one's buggy. Yeah, it seems like it. Looks like it spawned in sort of below solid ground or something. That's kind of weird. Does the game have some sort of solid ground you can't go through at some point? I never thought about how they're actually doing that, because in theory you could just basically mine an entire planet, right? But I guess there's some sort of solid ground at some point, like a Minecraft, where you can't go through anymore. Because this could be it. Very much looks like that. Oh well.
Technology recharge.
Did I actually find more? Well, I guess I'm moving the repair kit back then. That was slightly unfortunate. Oh well.
Technology recharge.
Let's process more. And that should in theory be the same holo terminus I was at before, right? Wait, is it? What is that? Looks pretty cool. The Salt Lake. Ah, there it is. Might be a different one, actually. Maybe? Yeah. Camp Gajebo. Even more rusted metal. Still not getting the frickin' Viking daggers, though. I get the feeling that they have some sort of other specific way of getting them. And they kind of have to, right? Oh, okay. Anyways, let's talk to Null. Considering that I ran around a bunch in the system, it might be a good opportunity to double check if I go back to the anomaly, if maybe the exosuit upgrades that you get in the anomaly are time-based rather than system-based. It would make more sense if they were system-based, though, I think. Although, well, would it? I guess giving the player a way to get more exosuit upgrades just by playtime rather than forcing them to visit other systems might not be the worst thing either, right? What did you find out there? Tell me everything. Let's share the discoveries. I tell Null of the freighter and its recordings, how it spoke of a world where the Sentinels eliminated all life, leaving only a traveler and a single Korvax entity. I chose my words with care. You think I do not know who that Korvax entity is? Do not be so naive, traveler. Do you think anything you have read is a surprise to me? But I had to be sure of what I suspected. I know it now. The Atlas is with you. You could not see these things if it did not wish it. That freighter was a wreck from a parallel universe. There are countless such places within our multiverse, dimensions where things happen differently.
But there are 3 exceptions to this. Oh? I wonder if they're trying... That's a little bit like Dark Souls, right? Where they're explaining the existence of all the players through being in like parallel universes, I guess. The Atlas is omnipresent in all, a singular being with a singular perception. The Sentinels move between dimensions at will. And what are these Sentinels? They served the Atlas once. Ah, so they don't anymore then. They were guardians of reality, defenders of civilization. They hunted for errors within the universes, preventing destruction and loss of life. The annihilation recorded in that log, well, something must have been quite wrong for them to do a thing like that. Yeah. What went wrong? It was the travelers who corrupted existence. Our arrival was meant to herald a glorious age, but we made a terrible mistake. I committed an act beyond forgiveness, and from this deed, paradise was lost. Okay. But something is different in this cycle. The walls between universes, they grow thin. Nada knows this, but they keep their head in the sand. I mean, that's how they utilize the anomaly to begin with, right? We must learn what we can from each species before we decide what to do. Visit a Viking cartographer and speak with them. I will translate. How's the Atlas exist in the first place, though? Like, because they do seem more like a machine rather than a god, right? So you'd think that they somehow maybe, I don't know. That they would be more of a machine. I mean, all the Sentinels and stuff, right? It's as if somebody still watches over everything. If the Atlas is connected, or the Atlas and the Sentinels are connected to all these parallel universes, then something or someone would watch over all of them? Okay, well, I guess find cartographers on board a space station. Can also go to the anomaly first. Like, I wonder if there's a point to doing that in between missions. Actually quite lucky that it was the same planet where summoned in the anomaly, right? Really curious what he's going to say. Because technically there seems to be still a lot more to this mission, right? Viking entities have long history, conflict, honor, rage, pride, and yet so static, defined by themselves, never changing. Nada waits, as if expecting me to ask something else. Ask about the Viking. Viking hate the Gek, hate the Sentinels. Sentinels hate our home. Gek hate Korvax. Nada should be friends with Viking, yes. No, Nada does not think in this way. Oh, this just gives you Quicksilver and... Okay. Speak to a Viking cartographer. Locate a Viking system. We are in a Viking system. So they kind of give you just nanites and the silver stuff for getting additional info, I suppose? Okay, I can't get an exosuit upgrade here, so I'm pretty sure that getting those upgrades from the anomaly is you're able to do that like once per system, right? I mean, it should be somewhat easy to confirm that once I actually try to go to different systems to specifically get more exosuit upgrades. Well, let's fly to the space station then. Why is it... Am I not in Viking system? I'm pretty sure I am. Oh, wait, I'm not. Wait, where does it say I've lost connection? That is also still a thing that keeps happening, right? Losing connection to the Discovery services, that was something... Now they're available again. I don't know, sometimes those are, or seem to be quite finicky. Okay, so apparently I need to go to a Viking system, which would be my home system. Well, it's perfect then. Because I want to go back there anyways, right? I still actually wonder if they, on purpose, have the first 3 systems that you visit be related to all 3 species, or if that's something that happened to me randomly. Just want to make sure how this works, okay. Let's access the trade terminal real quick. And then go back to my home system. I could sell this as well, but let's keep it for now. I mean, I'm not too short on inventory slots at the moment, so hopefully it should be fine. Alright, let's go to... I guess I want to go to the space station, right? Wait, why does it suddenly say clearance not granted for this? I was able to go there from a different system. Oh. I think I get it. Because they gave me one of those forged passports, right? When I left the pirate system, or before I left it. And I think I activated that specific passport in my home system.
So I think now I'm able to. I didn't realize that that's another thing that it does. I wish the game would. Why does the game not tell you that? The description of the passport makes it seem like you lose like standing or something, which I guess you might lose as well, right? If you access a pirate system, you lose standing with, I don't know, some sort of faction. And if you go back to another system, then you know you run the risk of because it actually went back to my home base, right? But what they don't tell you is that that's also part of it, I guess. Yeah, I can't select it here, but I can select it as soon as I go to this system, right? That is interesting. So, if I had more forged passports, I guess, I could probably unlock teleportation to the pirate system from the other systems as well. Okay. That is definitely good to know. Right. Because if I now access the teleporter again, go to space stations. No, it's what? Huh? Oh, wait. Maybe I actually confused that. Maybe it's not doing that. Maybe I probably confused that with my base then. So from your base teleporter, you would be able to teleport to a pirate system, but not from the station itself. Okay, yeah, guess that makes sense. Speak to a Viking cartographer. Hello. Grah. Honorable war against the Movenjuk. Viking battle with weapons and with Sine. Bata the Imai. Ask for help. I ask cartographer Suhui Kong for help. They point at a map on their screen, then towards a depiction of the waypoint towers found at most planetary sites. They seem to be requesting I gather data from these towers. Wait, that's... I think the mission didn't actually update. Let's just fly into space real quick. Wait, I am in a Viking system though. Okay, I just want to quickly double check if I go to the anomaly. If it might give me an exosuit upgrade. I don't know why the mission isn't updated properly. Talk to this guy again real quick. Couple more nanites. Then double check. It looks like I've already gotten the upgrade from here. Right. There's still a slight chance that it's time-based, but I'm pretty sure that it depends on the systems you summon the anomaly in. You want to make sure to summon in the anomaly in every new system that you go to. That's pretty cool. And I definitely appreciate them basically giving you 2 upgrades then per system.
Maybe I just needed to choose a different option or something. You know what? Before I go there, let's teleport to my base instead of flying back to the space station. Because I have the paraffinum and stuff, might be better to just do that first. Because that will also allow me to continue the research for the base research, right? Archive recovery stuff. Because it's been a while since I started that. Or rather, it's been a while since I collected paraffinum to be able to build that geobay thing for that mission. Your bases. Let's go to my base. You know what? I'm just gonna write down that. I checked the 2 first systems already for the what are they called? For the exosuit upgrades. Can I just put the rest in here too? Like, does that work? No, it doesn't. I think I already tried that at some point. Oh well. Okay, let's construct the Roma, gather selenium, Viking daggers, Virgin's group. Okay, can't continue those. But the Roma geobay I should be able to build now. Yeah, I just need 5 metal plating, which should also be quite easy to do. Because I collected a bunch of ferrite dust. Alright. Question is just, where am I putting this? Funnily enough, I don't know if that Roma thing is waterproof, right? Because if I put it here, it'd have to travel through water. Oh well. Let's just sort of put it here, maybe. Turn it this way. I can always, put it somewhere else. It does look pretty awesome, not gonna lie. Okay, so now it continues with the archive recovery. Perfect. Can't do the rest of the stuff yet. Speak to a Viking cartographer. Summon. So I'm pretty sure that I can just summon it back, right? And apparently you can also... That's pretty awesome. I unfortunately still don't really like the colors they provide. Well, technically we're on like a bluish planet, right? So wouldn't it make sense for it to have like a bluish accent color that almost looks like the ocean behind it, in a way, to be able to turn yourself. And instead of it being completely, I actually like the sort of gray bluish look quite a lot. Okay, so you can put numbers till number 3. Funnily enough, decals 2, 3, and 4 are the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Whoever came up with this is, yeah, let's maybe not talk about it. The 10 looks pretty cool. Also, why does it take so long to load the textures? 12 would fit with the color, right? What does it say? Explore together, Galactic Hub Project, okay. Not Apollo, Viking, Gek, Corvax. The Blob. The hell is that? A blob, okay. Curious Fauna. Atlas. Ooh, that also looks pretty awesome. Artemis and Null. Null would fit as well. Galactic Hub. Let's maybe go with the Galactic Hub for now, because I feel like the choosing the Atlas would be a bit weird. Oh, you can choose all kinds of decals. Okay. Let's maybe put Null on the site then. This here. Engine color. Boost module. Okay. These should be the same, right? Double check. Oh, it's this one. Yes. That's so awesome. It's really, really awesome. Like, how does it drive though? How do you turn? That seems like a very weird... Oh, so if you move the camera, it'll turn automatically into that direction. That's weird. Oh, I killed an animal. So can it move through water as well? Or will it not do that? Is it like waterproof? That is awesome! That's so cool! It's very slow though. Oh, what the fuck? That's a lot of slots. That's a lot of fucking slots. Holy shit. So this'll be incredibly good for exploring, well, this planet. I don't know whether or not I'll be able to summon it in on other planets if I don't have the thing. Exocraft acceleration module. Okay, it does need fuel though then. Okay. What is this? Magnetized ferrite. This requires more paraffinium. Forwards grip 200%, angular grip minus 34. Overhauls exocraft handling values through a combination of software tweaks, pressure adjustments, and the insertion of microgravity wells into key suspension components. Specifically tuned to increase the ability of the exocraft to drift. Okay. To turn sharply, to slide. So they're basically upgrades to, well, the suspension system literally says that, right? Guess they wouldn't necessarily make it faster though. I do like that you're able to literally drive through water though. Oh no, wait, it's actually quite fast. The only thing that I don't like is that you have to turn the camera in order to make it move. Like, it moves very, very quickly, as you can see, right? But I wish they would have placed that on the left stick. So turning the left stick to the right, for example, would do this maneuver. Oh, Mr. Sentinel, you're in my way. I killed one of the animals. Okay, so let's see, where the fuck did I go? That's my base. That is a very cool thing though, especially with how many slots it has. I would be able to, well, basically make a huge excursion, right? Wait, can you summon it in, wait, summon vehicles. Summon exocraft? I guess there's a whole bunch of other ones as well. So you can just summon it anywhere. I wonder if that'll work on other planets as well, because in theory that's a huge extension to your inventory then, right? Okay, I can also just put it back. Oh, right, that's that. So as soon as you build something like this, you can just summon the exocraft anywhere you are, which is pretty awesome. Again, especially because of the inventory. I guess you'd still have to be close to it. Let's actually rename it. Let's call it Bearcraft? Exocraft, Bearcraft, Bearmobile. What would be a cool name? Bear Drifter? Bear Hauler. What could I call it? Hauler Bear. Let me very quickly. Bear truck. Let's go with Bear Truck X1 for now. Okay. Yeah, I definitely need to take a look at how that works. Like whether or not I'll be able to summon it, well, basically anywhere, right? Okay, let's also put the stuff that I collected into my storage boxes. Let's see, what do we have here? Carbon, let's put the carbon in here. Condensed carbon, dihydrogen. What about the paraffinum? Let's put the paraffinum in here and the fecium into the other one. Whoop, exosuit cargo. slime. Let's refine that further. I do have to admit, I feel like they went a little bit overboard with those, with the way those refining processes work with the stuff. What's it called? With the goop and slime and whatnot. Honestly, they could just turn into nanites right away. Feels like a bit of overkill to have to refine them so many times over and over. Also, do I still have something in here? I do. And I completely forgot about the copper as well. Okay, the copper in here. At least now my stacks are, I also have more than enough ferrite dust. I do need to remember to collect paraffinum though, if I can. So let's put this stack in as well. Well, I can always refine it, right? If I were to come back with a lot more ferrite dust than this, I could just take a whole stack and refine it into pure ferrite. Okay, a bunch of goop. That's done. And this cargo's empty, this cargo's empty, perfect. I thought my refinery was still working, but the exocraft is... I wish it wouldn't constantly run, that's a bit... well... maybe not super annoying. Let's call it somewhat annoying. Okay, can you stop that?
Critical damage taken.
Are you serious? How many of these things spawn through the ground? That's... I wanted to double check another thing, which is... oh! You know what? When I was on the anomaly, I should have bought the square room. Though I don't know if do I even have salvage data at this point? Ah, I'm still missing the star silk as well. I think I built what did I build last time? I built the desk and rug. And the shelf. Did I build a storage panel? Let's do that real quick. Grab the pure ferrite. First of all, this. And let's put the goop inside. Also, that takes over 2 minutes, and that's not even 100 goop. That's also way too long for how many times you have to do it. Okay, let's put these... did I want to put them, like, here? I'd also put them here, right? Oh no, I already placed the shelf there. Oh, that's weird. Because it's angled because of the window. Huh. Well, I guess let's place them here then. Do I want to adjust their size? Okay. I thought I built a wall light last time. Did I not have... oh, these things are so annoying, seriously.
Critical damage taken.
I thought I built a wall light last time. Oh, that might have been in my other base, the new one that I built. Yeah. Okay, let's place one here. And maybe two more. Oh, I have the fan here though. Ah, well, anyways. What height does it have? It's more or less on this height, right? I think that looks fine. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. Still a lot more stuff to do here though. But I need the star silk. I have absolutely no idea how to get that, so until I do, unfortunately I can't build any of those things. Okay, let's put the ferrite back. That's definitely more than enough meaty chunks, right? Well, considering that I will get more and more of those, maybe I should sell the big stack. Let's quick transfer that. Starship high capacity inventory. Are you kidding me? How many times is it gonna glitch through the ground? Yeah. This will definitely not be my permanent residence. It's way too annoying for that. Okay. Which is actually quite unfortunate, because the planet's not bad. Well, then again, considering what I found in terms of planets currently, well, already, I should say, yeah, I just feel like there are definitely more interesting environments to build bases on. Okay, that being said, let's continue with the actual mission, right? Oh, yeah, that's just... I was gonna fly to the space station, but obviously that doesn't make any sense. Space stations. Current system. I mean, it says Viking here. Maybe I did just select the not the correct option here. Exchange specific shards. Maybe that's the right option. Planetary shard. What am I even looking for? I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Somehow I feel like the game didn't actually properly update the mission. Let's fly into space again. Maybe wait for the scanner to recharge? Because if I take a look at the galaxy map, current mission, it also doesn't show me any sort of path, right? Because I'm already in a Viking system. Oh. Wait. Why is it wanting me to visit a different system? I can't even... Or maybe this is the path? Out of jump range. If for some reason I'm supposed to visit a specific system? Huh. Which is weird, right? Because it's also not properly... Because this will get me to the galactic core. Then we have Free Explore, obviously. We have Custom Waypoint. We have Atlas Station. And they all show a path, right? I think I messed up the mission because... I think something messed up. I don't know. Well, I mean, I do want to fly to more systems in general because I need to upgrade my suit. So I guess I'm going to do that. Okay, if that's what I'll be doing, I do want to do what I said I was going to do. That was a lot of words. And take a look at the systems that I already visited and make sure that I actually got the exosuit upgrades in those systems, right? From the anomaly, that is. So let's go back into the station. And then go to the third system that I visited, which should be S something. Smini. Space stations, Smini Station Omega. That is somewhat strange, though, that they suddenly require you to go to a completely different system for some reason. I mean, as I said, I don't mind it. It's just very strange, because it's fundamentally different to the other missions that I've done, that even though they did require specific systems from time to time, always allowed you to just go back to the one you were in before. Yeah, well, now it works. See? Now it's showing me the path properly. I think it kind of... Yeah, it probably bugged out the mission. Because it somehow wants me to go to Aquark 12 to talk to the cartographer there, and I think it's confused when I teleport to a system that is already Viken as well. And it doesn't know what to do with that, basically. Okay, let's summon in the anomaly, though. And take a look at the suit upgrade. Huh. This weird creature is still running around here. I wonder if it... I guess since it's still my same, like the same session, right? It might always teleport me onto the same anomaly, technically, like the same, with the same people on it. Okay. This looks like there is no upgrade, though, available. Oh, by the way, now that I actually have my exocraft, maybe I should take a look at the upgrades that are available for it, huh? Specialist Polo is teaching me much. Crafting engines, smoothing pistons, the atomic sharpness of the finest gears, all shaped from the nanite foam. Glorious to learn their art, yes? Okay, what can we do here? Fusion engine. So... the exocraft needs specific upgrades for the shields as well, apparently, which is interesting. So you'd have to still I guess you're still getting damaged in like a heat storm, for example, even though if you're in your exocraft. That's a bit unfortunate, because that kind of limits the exploration that you can do, right? Unless this also auto recharges. Thermally efficient inversion-proof reactor engine capable of powering the Nautilon even at extreme depths. Oh, wait, this is also upgrades for other things. It's not just the exocraft, but also all the other things that you can apparently summon at some point. Interesting. Because I was confused, right? Because it seems like some stuff is already unlocked, but I only had like 3 different upgrades. Minotaur power unit. Part of the Minotaur. Exocraft hazard protection. Powerful environmental is plugged directly into the Minotaur. So this would be for Minotaur. Yeah. This is all Minotaur stuff. Exocraft mining laser. A mining laser, too cumbersome for a handheld operation. They are found only installed on exocraft. Oh. So you can mine directly from the exocraft? That might be pretty awesome. Mounted cannon. And a mining laser upgrade. Exocraft acceleration module, an efficient plasma injector coupled to the engine that allows short bursts of speed. Probably want to get that as well, right? Icarus system, solar recharge unit. The Icarus system takes advantage of existing metal paneling, upgrading them into photovoltaic surfaces. The reactive coating generates energy during daylight hours, offsetting fuel consumption. Enables automatic engine recharging during the day. That requires 3 storm crystals, though. So it'll be a while until I get it. Scan equipment. A large and complex field-based subspace radar. Due to their large power consumption and inherent subatomic instability, they're found only installed on exocraft. Okay, that's pretty awesome. And this is also for the exo. So we have exocraft hazard protection. We have acceleration modules. We have a weapon and a mining laser. We have a signal booster. And this is for the Nautilon, which I think is the submarine, yeah. And then this is for the Minotaur, which is either the like big suit that you can get, or there's like a big sort of truck-like thing, right? Honestly, I have the nanites, right? So let's just get the... Oh, whoops. Let's get all the exocraft upgrades, to be honest. Wait, why is it always... What? Why does it always leave the, That is strange. It doesn't do that with the other unlocks, right? It always leaves the menu instead of allowing me to just unlock all of it. That's really annoying. Why does that happen? Though, to be honest, I just realized, is it even smart to unlock this stuff on my own. Well, I have more than enough. This is like 1,000 nanites. That's really not much, right? Or maybe 2,000, something like that. That's really not that much. I was just gonna say though, are there potentially missions with the exocraft that would unlock these things automatically? Because if there are, that would be annoying, right? They sort of get double unlocked. Oh well. See, well, and this, that's really weird. That's another bug, right? Like if you press X really quickly, sometimes it lets you stay in the inventory. Like this. And sometimes it doesn't. That's definitely a bug. Another one. Oh well. At least these are all the available exocraft upgrades. Let's double check this one. It has been some time since I looked at it. Is there... Ah, okay, so here's the heat capacitor thing that I would need for the circuit board. It doesn't seem like there is silk here, though. The stuff that I need for the chairs. Wonder where you get that then. And then... I don't have any salvage data currently, okay? Because I want to get this one, a square room. Guess I need to keep more of a lookout for salvage data. Oh well, at least I had something to spend nanites on for a change. And let me also make sure to write that down as well. I checked 3 systems for the exosuit upgrades. Oh, I'm an idiot. Why am I flying? I should have just teleported to the other systems. Oh well. Do that from the space station then. Well, that is pretty cool, however, that, like, if the game truly wants me to go to that other Viking system that's on the map, I think that's a big reason for me to actually upgrade my exosuit. Oh, by the way, does it... Ah, okay, so the exocraft isn't shown anymore here. I wonder how that works. Let me actually write that down as well. Check exocraft inventory functionality. Yeah, I want to make sure to see how that works properly. So, I'm pretty certain that I won't be able to go back to the pirate system from here, right? Yeah, clearance not granted. Okay. I can go to this one, though. Photograph, which would be the 4th one that I visited. So let's go there, summon the anomaly, and check for exosuit upgrades again. I'm really still not 100% certain whether or not that's how it works. For some reason that is still quite mysterious to me, to be honest. Ooh, hello. Bunch of new people here. Or maybe not. Guess it was only that one guy? Maybe I forgot to talk to him last time I was here. Okay, I definitely got this upgrade. So let's take another look at the anomaly. Also, I do want to check if I look at the galaxy map now and my current mission objective. It actually doesn't show. Wait, did it completely deactivate my current mission? Oh, oops. Huh, it did. Ah, okay. Yeah. Now it shows that mission out of range. Cool. So I could restart it actually. And that way I'd be able to maybe get to it faster, but I kind of don't really want to. Oops. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why the heck is getting out of the galaxy map the options key and not circle? That is so annoying. That is No Man's Sky in a nutshell, really. There's so many really little sort of quality of life improvements that they should do, little bug fixes all over the place. I really wish they would do that at some point. Just really go back, don't introduce new features, but instead fix your old stuff. And honestly, through that, there's also just a bunch of things that you might be able to sort of interlink that way as well. Sort of a bunch of inventory, UI elements and whatnot that could be connected in a way better way than they are currently. Okay, let's see. Aha! So this seems to be like it works from like system to system. So technology slot is still 60,000. This is 40,000, so let's get this one. Nice. Perfect. Also, I completely forgot to sell these ones. Starship AI valves. A valuable piece of broken down starship created by Starship outfitting terminal in space. This will only be scrapped if the soldier traded. Wait, when did it... What the fuck is this? Am I reading that correctly? 100 million units! When did I get this? What the fuck? When did I get those? Did they give me this to be able to buy freighter later on? That's crazy! When did I get those? Did I find them accidentally on that last freighter I looked at? Okay, let's see. Space stations. Okay, so from this one I am able to... Wait, am I? Yeah, I'm able to fly to the pirate system. Current system. Let's quickly go back. I want to sell that. Okay, so let's see. I checked 4 systems. So if I'm correct, I visited 6 systems, right? Let's see, discoveries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 7? No, I haven't visited this. Okay. Yeah, 6 systems. Okay. Just wanted to double check. So I've checked 4 of them. And I'm pretty sure that both the pirate system and the red star system, if I can summon the anomaly there, should also give me 2 more exosuit upgrades then. So a valuable piece of broken down starship created by a starship outfitting terminal at a space station. Where the hell did I get this?
Units received.
That's 100 million. That is 20 times as much as I had collected in like 30 hours of playtime. I have no freaking idea where I got that. I guess it must have been in the freighter wreckage, right? I think that's the only thing that I looked at since last time I did anything. That's crazy. Okay, since I have to teleport to... In order to get to the Red Star system, right, I have to go to my Blood Moon base anyways, since that system doesn't have a space station. So let's do that next. Let's go to the Blood Moon base, and then fly into space and call the anomaly. Now that if I have that much money now, I could actually get one of those freighter coordinate things from space station. I wonder if that'll sort of launch the mission for freighters. Is storm already in progress again?
Ground protection falling. Extreme heat damage detected.
That's another like small little quality of life change, right? It shows you the planet you're on, but since it always does that with the black bars, it's actually not showing you that the planet is already affecting your environmental protection, right? And that's another really, really annoying thing. Okay, right, so my exosuit currently isn't available. Exocraft, I mean. Let's say summon vehicles. No exocraft summoning station in system. Okay. So it does say system though, so I'm not entirely sure if building one of those on one planet would allow me to summon it everywhere. But you do have to build the terminals, which does make sense. So I appreciated that they did it that way. So if I were to summon, or if I wanted to summon this thing here, I'd have to build another Roma Jubei. But I guess if I did that, it would probably have the same... I'm pretty sure that it would share the same inventory, right? So in theory... For example, this specific base I built to be able to go back to this Red Star system to collect, what was it, cadmium, I think? So I could just harvest the cadmium here, put it into my exocraft, and use that as a way to get it over to my main base, basically, right? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's see. I can summon the anomaly here. So that's the case. Let's check if I can also buy an exosuit upgrade.
Definitely have more than enough money now to do that. That's crazy. I really wonder where I got that from. It must have been the freighter, right? It is somewhat strange, though. I mean, it makes sense, obviously, right? But it's still... So the space stations restrict your access to the pirate systems, right? But you can call the anomaly at any time and just teleport yourself to the pirate system that way. Ooh, nice exosuit upgrade. Okay, so you can get one exosuit upgrade per system from the anomaly as well. Cool. But yeah, so you can't teleport directly to a pirate system, but you can just exit the space station, literally summon the anomaly right next to it, and use the teleporter on the anomaly to go to the pirate system. Well, in theory, you can also just teleport to your base and then teleport directly to the pirate system as well. So it's just, in terms of gameplay, right? It's a little bit weird that they require you to do 2 teleports instead of letting you go to the pirate system directly. But then in universe, in lore, it does make sense that it would work, right? It's just... Well, the thing is, it just seems like No Man's Sky is very selective about the things where it actually does take lore into consideration and the moments where it doesn't. Again, not a big deal. You can just do 2 teleports if you really wanted to go to a pirate system. But it is somewhat weird. Somewhat of a weird decision, to be quite honest. Oh well. Again, it just... I feel like that just shows that they probably did upgrades over time. I don't know when they actually introduced... oh, this way, right? Never mind. I don't know when they actually introduced pirate systems. I feel like they might have introduced pirate systems either before the anomaly was a thing, or... I don't know. But very often it just seems like they introduced a bunch of different... what's it called? A bunch of different features, a bunch of different things to the game in general, but at the same time didn't really fully consider how the different features then interact with each other, right? Which I presume is also a big reason where for why there are still so many bugs remaining, because very often it seems like systems interact that weren't really supposed to interact with each other, or maybe they tend to interact in a very weird way, and the game then suddenly doesn't really know what to do with it. Again, it's really, really not a big deal. The game's still functional and almost perfectly fine without it. It's just... Well, I mainly just don't know why, right? Especially as a developer... Well, maybe they're still so hyper-focused on just, making sure that people... But honestly, at this point, No Man's Sky is definitely the redemption story arc, right? I mean, everybody at this point really recognizes, oh, hey, those developers... And even though there are still people that haven't fully forgiven them, and even I would say that... And that's the thing, right? No Man's Sky was originally sold as a full-priced $60 game. And I still think that it's not that. Like, it still feels like this indie game that is, well, in terms of content, maybe a $40, €40, whatever type game, right? Because it's still somewhat weird, still somewhat experimental. It still very much feels like an indie game, right? And if they really were to crack down on these quality of life things, on expanding the options menu, accessibility menu, really letting you do all kinds of things with the UI, making sure that these bugs aren't happening anymore, improving performance even further, making sure that things load more properly, all those neat things. If they could do that, they could really, really transform this game into a full AAA experience. I get that they're also a very small team, right? I guess if you look at it from like a more rational standpoint, and if you know you have like a team of, how many are they? Like 12, 15 people, right? Then I guess on paper, developing new features is probably a lot more lucrative and just brings about a lot more buzz and a lot more excitement around the game, which then probably prompts other people to buy it. That probably works a lot better than just focusing all your efforts. Because I feel like with a game that has so many complex interacting systems like this, where because of its nature of having this randomly generated universe, I think it's probably really, really difficult to sort of really nail or hone down on what specific problems or bugs might actually stem from, right? It's probably fairly difficult to debug this game. So opting for newer features that are just way more exciting and brings players back as well, or generates even more word of mouth to other people to buy this game, it's probably the better way comparatively, right? Because a small team like that probably would struggle really, really hard if they were to only focus on quality of life things and stuff. But still, there's really a whole bunch of things that would be arguably somewhat easy to implement that they should have done a long, long time ago. And that's really all kinds of things from, like, I'm talking about really simple things here, right? Like, again, UI improvements, making the UI scalable, for example, because I feel like the UI is actually a little bit large for 4K displays. I wish you could turn similar, especially because the game really does have a lot of inventories, right? Being able to pin multiple things at once, being able to see multiple quest objectives at once, being able to make or scale the UI a little bit smaller, right, so that you can see more at the same time. Those kinds of things are really, really easy to implement and should have been implemented a long time ago. And that goes further to, for example, being able to adjust different sound levels. For some strange reason, the game still only has one main volume slider, instead of being able to, for example, the space combat is still way louder than all the other sounds. So I would really like to tone that down a bit, but I can't because there's only one volume slider, right? Those kinds of things. And again, I could probably, if I were to sit here and really think about it, I'd probably come up with at least 20 different things that they should do or should have done a long time ago that are small, quality of life changes like that. And that's not even starting with the bugs, right? Oh well. Maybe they'll do that at some point, though. This point in time, if they really wanted to do it, they probably would have done it a long time ago. Oh well. Okay, let's see. I'm in the pirate system currently, right? No, I'm in the Red Star system, not in the pirate system. But that's 5 out of 6. Nice. In the Red Star system, so now... Why did I even walk back to my ship? I guess it was because I was talking about the stuff that I would like them to change. But let's go to the teleporter, go to the pirate system, and then resummon the anomaly. Space stations. Which one is it? This one. I really, really like the look of the pirate system stations. That is so cool. That is so awesome how they've repurposed one of the other space stations. Also, I'm pretty sure there was actually an exosuit upgrade here as well, right? Wait, was there? Yeah, there was. It was back here. Okay. Let's go to my ship. Boom. With these added slots, that should give me a lot more flexibility, hopefully. The lobby is full. What does that mean? Oh. Huh. Did it accidentally try to load me into a full lobby or something? That was weird. I wonder, how many people can be here anyways? I think it's like 16 or something, right? Or maybe 8? Nice. So now both of these are 60,000, right? Well, logically speaking, I should probably get the general one, right? Even though ultimately it doesn't matter, because whether or not I purchase a technology slot, move one of the technology modules over there, and have a new general slot that way, or if I just get the general slot, it doesn't really matter, but oh well. Perfect, perfect. That's really nice though. That was a bunch of upgrades. Also, okay, let's make sure. Okay, so in theory, I now did that, right? Well, I should be able to remind myself of the fact that I need to or can buy exosuit upgrades every time I fly to a new system, right? That should be something that should just be second nature. Because I was thinking about writing it down somewhere to make sure that I don't forget it, but nah. If I forget that, then I'd be seriously worried about my mind. Let's put it that way. Okay. Well, the only other thing that I need to take a look at now, though, is if I need to fly to to another system, to that Viking system for showing me on the galaxy map. I just wonder if I should fly there from a different system. I guess I have to look at the map for that. What? Okay. We're still in the station, I guess. Okay, so my current mission requires me to go to Akrarek 12. And it looks like, according to the map, that I would have to get to Abudaris and Din. I'm just sort of looking at this, right? There is the other mission that I need to do for my scientist in the base. If I do that mission first, I could maybe do both missions at once. Let's swap that over real quick. Collect a Corvex convergence cube. Infiltrate a Corvex within 1 second. Yeah, collect the Corvex convergence cube. And now look at the galaxy map again. Okay, that would be to this system, at least from here, right? And then to the other system. So if let's go to Abudaris. Yeah, let's go to Abudaris again. And take a look whether or not that's, because it looks like that would be the faster way to do it. I actually don't know if there's maybe there is a way on the galaxy map to sort of adjust your path, right? I don't know if there's a way to potentially adjust your path to where you can say, okay, instead of showing me the way from my current system to my mission objective, show me the way from the selected system to my mission objective. I don't know if that's a thing, but oh, I can't teleport from here? Oh well, let's go to my... I think that's in the same system anyways, right? Did I actually get anything while I was away? Oh, I completely forgot. I completely forgot to sell these. Honestly, let's put them let's put them here. Completely forgot that. Well, I can still do that right now, huh? Yeah, let's go to space station in this system. Sell those meaty chunks. Honestly, I still can't quite believe that I just found 2 things in my inventory that were worth... Oh, these are actually worth quite a lot as well. I just had 2 things in my inventory that were worth 100 million units. Either I got insanely lucky in that freighter wreck, or something in the main mission is giving you those things, like, on purpose. Either or. But that was really, really crazy. Okay, well now I'm here. Let me take another quick look. Also, I wish you could take a look at the galaxy map without having to start your ship, right? But, oh well. Okay. So from here, my current mission objective is... Oh, did it switch the mission back? I think it did. No, it didn't. Wait, what? I'm not in a Corvex system, right? I'm in a Viking system, yeah, okay. Maybe the mission paths are kind of buggy in general? That's weird. Is it maybe because of the system or something? But yeah, I can fly here. Directly. Unfortunately, it seems like from here even though I can fly here directly, I won't be able to go to the other mission system. Oh well. How's that called? Beach Edisbrew? No idea what that is, but okay. Beach Edisbrew. Cool. The Spec Corvex facility. The thing is though, right? I still, unfortunately, have to do a bunch of stuff, and I want to do a long stream of Divinity Original Sin tomorrow because I skipped yesterday. And because of that, I feel like it might be worth it to end the stream here today and continue this next week. I know it's a little bit shorter than usual, but yeah, that's just sort of where I'm standing currently. The reason why I'm saying this, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to warp over to the system now, right? Quickly get the 2 exosuit upgrades, and then fly back to the space station and save there, and we can continue our exploration and continue the quests in new system next time. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's warp. Oh, nearby freighter on the attack. I was gonna say that was weird. Wait, where the hell are you shooting me? Boink, boink. What the hell? Stop flying into me. Well, so far I've never actually defended a freighter. Boink. Can you? Okay. That is certainly something. I think that's the first time they actually flew into me like that. But there's another one? Did I do it? Save the freighter from pirates. Oh, there is... Oh, yeah, there are other ones. Can you stop flying in front of the freighter, though? Very ultimately flying. Oh. Oh, that's really, really annoying. Stop flying in front of the freighter. I just don't want to accidentally hit it or something. Aw, stop it. That one dealt with. Okay. Communication. Menuzi life form. Something. Please dock for something. The life form, who must be the captain of his freighter, looks greatly relieved. They gesture as if to welcome me aboard their vessel.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Radar signal detected. So how do I do that? Oh, warped 5 times. Nice. How do I enter the freighter? It should be this one, right? That I'm right next to? Oh, up there? Oh, yeah. CV3 Touch War. Capital ship. As always in No Man's Sky, right? You want to end the stream and new stuff keeps happening. New guide entry unlocked. Freighters. Really? Making money. Freighters. To buy a freighter, board it and speak to the captain. Saving a freighter from pirates will make it cheaper. When on a planet, summon your freighter to your current system with the quick menu. Wait, this is how you get them? Players with freighters may own up to 9 starships. Purchase ships as they fly into the freighter's docking bay to store them on board. Wait, how many ships are you allowed to own without one? Because I already had 5 at some point, right? Maybe that was the max? The freighter offers advanced warp capability. Or maybe you just get 9 in general and it just says that again because... See, it feels like this might be an entry that they didn't update. I don't know, because it feels like you were able to get 9 starships regardless of whether or not you have a freighter, and just if you have one, you can store them on there. The freighter offers advanced warp capability. Use the map on the bridge to access the galaxy map. Freighters offer large inventories. Slots on freighters can store larger stacks than any other inventory type. Transfer items to your freighter from your inventory using triangle to retrieve stored objects. Speak to the captain. Larger, more expensive freighters offer the largest inventories. Freighters allow onboard construction. Place base building parts in the designated construction area to make a portable base. Place storage containers for extra inventory space. Okay. I wonder if I can buy it though. Like even if I save them. Where is it? Space Rescue. Speak to the captain. To be honest, I would have never guessed that this is a way to purchase freighters. Though, maybe it's... I wonder what the intended way would be, though. Like, which way you do it to get it cheaper? Because I thought that maybe you'd get one for free at some point. I wonder if you can have multiple freighters. I don't think so. Blah 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 without of traveler. Corvax something. Light flickers rapidly across the lifeform's visor, and their head nods imperceptibly forwards. They seem to be showing me gratitude. They gesture towards the control panel of their freighter, as if to suggest I take command. Inspect freighter. Holy shit, this looks absolutely huge. It's also kind of a cool, reminds me of a normal, what's it called? Like a normal, I don't know what they're called, but in the canal, right? I mean, we have like a canal here, well, not really here, but somewhat close, where ships also transport coal, for example, and they look kind of like this, right? Very long, very thin. Okay, it has a bunch of tritium, has a bunch of gold, silver, and a freighter hyperdrive that is empty. It's not broken, right? It's just empty. 3 technology slots, 2 cargo slots. That's really not a lot, though. Why does it say cost 5 million, freighter 15 slots? What does it mean, cost 5 million? The whole thing only costs 5 million? Wouldn't it be less than my starship? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Wait, if I claim it, do I have to spend 5 million? Because it usually says it, like, behind claiming it, right? Wait, does that mean if I had helped a freighter pilot or a freight... Because that happened a bunch of times already. Does that mean if I had done that right away, I just would have had a freighter already? That's somewhat annoying, not gonna lie, but let's claim it then. Freighter fleets. Owning a freighter brings several benefits, including a portable base, a very large inventory, and the ability to command fleets of frigates. Freighters offer extra inventory storage, additional starships can be docked in the freighter's hangar, command expeditions from the bridge, construct a base aboard the freighter. Well, holy shit. That's something to end my stream on. Wow. Oopsie, I guess. Did I get... I got a suspicious package. Black market modification for the neutron cannon. I don't have a neutron cannon, right? Oh, that's for the... okay. Able hand rifle, looking for the lost iron battery? What the fuck is that? Is that like a funny little side mission you can do here? Freighter command. Assemble fleets and begin expeditions. Command of a large capital ship offers several benefits. High among these is the ability to plan and command expeditions. Find and purchase frigates to add them to your fleet. With the aid of the freighter's navigator, find profitable expeditions for your fleet. Oh, maybe that's what they refer to when saying you can own like 9 ships. It's not your own ships, but the frigates that you can send out. Expeditions are highly lucrative and offer the opportunity for rare and exotic rewards. Inspect your fleet. View your current fleet at the fleet management terminal on the bridge. Frigates have different specializations, marking their suitability for different expedition types. Expand your fleet by finding and purchasing new frigates. So that's literally just a new mission that I got. Holy shit. Okay. Freighter. Okay, this just requires warp cells, though. There's no specific thing. Bunch of silver, gold, and tritium. No technologies, apparently. Well, the multi-tool stuff I can do next time, right? Commander... So he's still the commander, technically. Transfer items from your ship, engage singularity engine. Weird that I can still not understand him. Manage fleet. Squadron. SV6 Mayaga's Desperation, merchant vessel. Roll trade. Awaiting orders. Okay. Combat 1, Exploration 1, Trade 18. So those are its levels, I suppose. Expeditions 3, times damage 0. Captain, Interface Entity, Rivoy. Crew mood, Chipper. Notes, Captain nearing retirement. Okay. Fuel requirements, 9 tons, 250 light years. Instantly teleport to the frigate. Remove frigate from fleet. Wait, this is the frigate to the left? Honestly, looks pretty awesome. Wait, how do I have to teleport aboard to send it on a mission, though? Oh yeah, it's flying around over there. That's interesting. Plan and dispatch expeditions. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's just how I can inspect it. Cormax is pleased to calculate routes for the Traveler Captain, but the fleet requires a fleet command room before it can depart. Navigator Rasa has prepared an expedition for my fleet, but my freighter lacks the fleet command room I need to maintain communications during the voyage. Build a base inside your freighter. The construction area is located between the hangar and the bridge. Expand the area with new freighter modules. Cool. Well, that is something that I can definitely start next time then, huh? Thing is crazy massive. Okay, let's quickly do what I actually came here to do instead of buying a freighter for some reason, or claiming it rather. That's also kind of, in a way, it's a little bit funny, right? So you literally, oh hey, you killed like 5 pirate ships that seem very easy to kill. Have a freighter, right? Just take it. It's yours now. I guess the implication is that they wouldn't have lived without me interfering. Okay, so can I just summon my freighter now, or how does that work? Summon freighter and squadron. Yeah, summon freighter, summon squadron, dismiss freighter. Okay, so that works like the anomaly basically, but since it's already here, obviously I can't. Okay, and then let's see, the system I'm currently in is called Beach Does Brew or something. Hey, this was discovered 4 years ago by Lead Magnet. Huh. That's another person though. Like this one was discovered by Baut de Fischel. Whole bunch of planets that I can look at, right? Lead Magnet. I guess I only looked at one. Another aggressive scent. Really? Okay. Oh well. As I said, I'm gonna do that next time. So let's go aboard the anomaly first. Which is an upgrade for my exosuit. I wonder how you can actually engage with the freighter inventory though. Because I think I've seen on a stream somewhere that you can just send stuff up here to your freighter all the time. But maybe you need other technologies for that. What the fuck is that? That's a ship? That looks crazy. Huh. Yeah. But with the additional exosuit inventory slots that I now got, and the fact that I now have a freighter accidentally, hopefully that way I'll be able to collect a bunch more stuff compared to what I was previously able to do. Okay, now the technology slot is cheaper, so let's grab this one. And then move... I mean, these are all connected, right? So let's move the hazmat gauntlets over. Let's see, what else? I mean, these ones I can't move over, right? Because they would overload the technology slots here. But I guess if I get another technology slot at some point, I could move these 3 over? Okay. Let's quickly fly to the space station then. Man, already, right? The really, really awesome thing about No Man's Sky is that you have this constant drive to do something, right? This is a game that you just, at least at this point in time, I just can't put it down, right? Because there's constantly something. Now I can, like, build a base on my freighter. I can engage with that, right? I can send stuff on expeditions and whatnot. But I can also follow with the, I can explore these planets, this entire system, completely unknown to me, right? I can also, I can continue with the, yeah, I can continue with the base building on my freighter. I can continue with just so much stuff, right? It's kind of insane. Already out of range. Do we want to wait for him? Yeah, sure. They're really cutting it close lately, right? He's got a big shield. Better get another technology or something. At least I didn't. Also, that's just crazy. I'm not even close to finishing the freaking missions to build my normal base, right? And now I can suddenly build a base upon my freighter. I had absolutely no freaking idea that that's how you get one. Because as I said, I think I could have had that one a long time ago. Well, now it gets a bit more expensive. 100,000 and 70,000. Let's grab this one. I wonder if the next general slot is also going to be 100,000 then. Oh, so much inventory space. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. I have a bunch of money now, right? I could expand the other multi-tool if I really, really wanted to. I don't know though. Freighter out of range. Okay, so it can be out of range. It's gonna be interesting though. I wonder how that works in terms of sending stuff over and whatnot. Well, it might literally be that it's just that you just have to purchase something, right, in order to make it able to work. Okay, what is this? Neutron cannon. I don't have a neutron cannon, right? I have a bolt caster and I have a plasma launcher. So let's get rid of it. Exude, chromatic metal, wiring loom, yeah. Cool. Oh, my base computer archives are also have restored additional data. Let's talk to these guys real quick. Let's dialect help. I think I know the least things from the Corvax at this point, to be honest. But I think... well, I was in one Corvax system already, but I think I visited more Gek and Viking systems at this point. Toilet Gek. Why does it sound like toilet? Check word for off. So I think I still had not the wiring though. Okay. I was gonna say, does it let me go to my freighter inventory, but apparently not. All those. There's a bunch of guys here. It's kind of cute how they always, like they really celebrate when you talk to them, right? Okay, do I have these two? I think these should be the last two. And I've already talked to you, right? Yeah. I got the upgrade, that's fine. I was gonna say that probably ticks me over with another milestone, right? Barbelfish? Okay. Learned 150 words. Let's see, milestones, journey milestones. Okay, so I've basically completed the easy ones at this point, and the only things that are missing is discovering all the species on planets. That's going to take a while, I think. Warping's probably going to take the longest time. And extreme worlds, well, that's kind of a random thing, right? Because you just have to be on a random world. I also don't know how it counts this, because, for example, the Atlas Rain world is technically an extreme world, but I think it only really counts the souls if you're actually out in those extreme conditions, right? Which I can't be for very long because I don't have an upgrade against superheat. So yeah, that's going to be kind of a random thing. Okay, that means I'm done with the space station here, though. So I'm going to fly back to my freighter, actually. I should be able to save there, right? I wonder if the freighter also has like a warp thing and whatnot. Okay. Make sure to approach it slowly. Cool. Okay. Let's see. Does it autosave? I think it should, right? Let's see. The last manual save was a while ago, but the autosave should be fine. Right. Yes. Game was saved 15 seconds ago. Okay. Well, that was a very, very successful session. I had absolutely no idea. I honestly thought that helping the freighters was just either increasing your standing or maybe giving you units and stuff, right? Because that's what happens when you kill the, like not the pirates that attack you, but sometimes they're like fugitives, right? People that are running from the law. And if you kill them, you just get a bunch of units most of the time, right? I think you can also get, like, obviously, if you destroy the ship, it might also give you things they have, like the mystery packages, right, that you get from destroying pirates. But that just gives you units. So the whole time I was under the assumption, oh, well,
um, helping a freighter will probably just will give me units, right? And I honestly thought that purchasing or claiming a freighter would be, because it's like, isn't that a really, really big deal somehow? I don't know. I honestly thought that the tutorial would tell me, oh, hey, by the way, now you can claim freighters or something. Because honestly, the game doesn't tell you at all, right? I mean, this option was there the entire time, I guess. I just never engaged with that. I never actually helped defeat uh, people that were attacking freighters, right? So I just never. That's certainly a very, very weird thing because if you just never do that, I guess you can just accidentally never own a freighter. Like if you think about a person who's playing this game without actually looking stuff up online, right? I mean, maybe at some point you would sort of randomly just decide. Like, I mean, I just randomly decided that, oh, hey, why not help them this time, right? Though then again, the only time why I actually helped them was because this time I got basically spawned after the warp, right? I got spawned in directly into the conflict. So I was already being attacked by those ships, right? Um, that's the only reason why I decided to help them, which was a completely random thing, basically, right? So I probably could have gone another 30, 40 hours of playtime without knowing how to purchase a freighter. That's really, really weird. And also there's like a huge distinction between people who own one because it gives you all this capability, right? You can do expeditions that probably gives you more units, potentially rare materials. You can do well, what else can you do? You just have more storage in general as well, right? Which technically gives you more just ways of either building stuff or also selling more stuff and getting more units that way. Because for like I've been on a couple of worlds that have these valuable materials on them, right? The weird Corvex cubes or whatever they're called, the Gravitino balls. I could have just grabbed a bunch of them and just sent them onto my freighter, right? Um, Same thing for the pirate system. I could have probably just purchased a bunch of stuff and just put it on my freighter. Don't worry about the inventory slots, right? And could have made a bunch of money with that potentially. I have to take honesty. I definitely have to scroll through my VOD at some point and figure out whether or not that's where like when I inspected that freighter, the like Nadas and Polo's freighter, if one of those um, containers were the ones where I randomly got those two really, really valuable items from. Because it might just be that they give you that during the main story, right? That might be a thing. I'm not entirely sure about it, but it might be a thing. Yeah, well, it was insanely fun though. As I said, this game constantly puts new stuff in front of you that you can engage with and that you can, yeah, take a look at and follow and whatnot. I feel like I made some really, really significant progress in the main story, right? I mean, we found a last resting place for Artemis. Um, we we teleported Apollo to us, I guess. Um, or are about to do that. Where did I actually stop there? I got a bunch of upgrades for my exosuit. I didn't do that much in terms of expanding my base. Well, I did build the exocraft module thing, right? And I did like one mission for the scientist, I think. I mean, that's what I'm currently on, right? That's why I flew into the system is to continue with the scientist mission. But I think next time I'm going to start with the freighter. I mean, that's why I saved on it, right? I'm going to continue with the freighter missions. I'm going to will hopefully be able to build that command room they were talking about, so that I can then send out frigates on expeditions. Also want to take a look at how that works, because I have a bunch of ships that I'm not currently using that potentially could be frigates as well. So I don't know. I mean, I guess there could be a way to convert that basically, right? And then I'd be able to, yeah, convert my other ships, because the other ships that I own really aren't that good. Well, except for the one with the solar panels, though that's also pretty bad. It just looks very cool. So I might want to keep that. But the other, I think, two, right? The starter ship and the other sort of freighter class ship that I have, maybe I can convert those into frigates to send out on expeditions. Though I guess you'd also have to get pilots from somewhere. I don't know how that works. We're going to take a look at that next time. And then I guess start expanding the base on the freighter, which will be really, really cool, because that could be, I don't know, it's such a cool idea of owning a freighter, right? Owning this really, really large ship that is your actual home in a way, right? But it can be moved everywhere, because the base is, as much as I like building a beautiful base somewhere, and as cool as it is that you can teleport back to it, you're constantly away from it, right? Whereas the freighter just feels so much more free. You can just have a base anywhere you want, and it comes with you, right? Which is sort of the main thing. I feel like it's actually, at least in my mind, okay, so the thing about bases on the ground, on planets is, right, that you can find a really, really, really beautiful planet and just build a base that's basically almost like a uh, holiday house type of thing, right? So you build it and it looks really, really beautiful, and it's just there to relax and do and whatnot, right? But it's always going to be far away. Like, you can go there, you can take a look at it. And currently, obviously, the planet base that I've owned, I've actually used as a base for a very long time. I store stuff there, and I have my research stuff there, and all that neat stuff. But um, I'm very rarely actually at home there, if you will. Like, it's a point I return to, but it's, I don't know. I have a feeling actually having a home on a freighter is going to be much more of a home, because it's going to be there every single time, right? And you can go there, just use it as a base to explore other systems. Um, Really, really looking forward to that. So, as I said, I'm going to start with this next time. Probably do the freighter missions, and I mean, those are probably going to be pretty expansive as well, looking at how expansive those base missions are, right? With building and constructing your base. Those take a really long time, to be honest. I mean, they also take some time because they frequently have these breaks in them, right? Where the game says, hey, by the way, do something else for 1.5 hours and then come back and continue with the mission, which is kind of a cool and unique way of doing that, actually, right? Because other games, they never block you in terms of time, I guess, right? That's a very, very rare thing. That's more of a thing of mobile games and stuff, but they obviously do it because you can substitute time with money, right? You can just spend money and it'll bypass the time restrictions. That's how mobile games work, right? But here, obviously, you don't have that. So it's literally just a time restriction, which is really, really cool, because it feels like they actually thought about, oh, hey, there are all these neat things that you can do, all these neat things to explore, and other missions to take on. And honestly, well, at least the main mission, that never time blocks you, right? It's only over the secondary missions that do that, which is really cool, because that way it always pushes you to, hey, do more of the main mission, right? So the main mission's always there to come back to, but it's sort of designed in a way where you could do your secondary missions, and then at some point it's basically saying, hey, either it'll take some time before the next mission appears, or the next secondary mission is like 1 or 2 systems over, so go back to the main quest and do that for a bit, right? I really, really like that. Like, they have really natural way for the player to sort of jump between main and secondary missions, right? It's really, really cool. And like I said, there's always this one thing that you can progress, right? Whether or not it's looking at a pirate system for the first time, it's looking at your freighter for the first time, expanding your base for the first time, or then further later on, right? Doing the research missions, a whole bunch of stuff that we can sort of swap between mission targets all the time, right? It's really, really cool, really awesome, and just in general, a lot of fun. I just wish that it would work a little bit on a couple bugs and a little bit of jankiness and quality of life stuff a bit more. But anyways, that being said, that's going to be it for today. No Man's Sky is probably going to return next Monday. Though I do have to take a look at Final Fantasy XIV as well. It's already 10th of August. I think at the end of the month, the next Final Fantasy update is launching, and I definitely want to do a bunch of stuff in 14 as well before the next before the next update launches. Because I've definitely neglected 14 a whole lot these past 2 months. Which, that's fine. I mean, I've played 14 so much at this point that it is a breath of fresh air to take a little bit of a break from it, right? Do some other stuff. But yeah, I definitely want to return to it as well. And do a bunch of things before the next update comes out. So I might insert 14 at some point into the streams again. But next Monday, I think, is definitely still going to be No Man's Sky. I'm really, really motivated to continue with the game. But as I said, tomorrow is going to be hopefully a normally long? Is that how you say that? A normal stream of Divinity Original Sin, because I also want to continue with that, obviously. And sadly, as I said, because of getting my new computer and stuff yesterday, I had to cancel the stream, but tomorrow's definitely going to be more Divinity Original Sin. And then, as usual, Fridays and Saturdays, I'm not going to stream. And then Sunday is also going to be more Divinity. And then Monday, No Man's Sky returns. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting. And hopefully I'll see you next time. Until then, have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Bye-bye.